upcoming 19th Internet Governance Forum, IGF 2024, that will be held in December 2024 in Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. African voices shall be heard on such stage and shall also be heard by the global community for lasting solutions. At this point, I would like to thank the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA, for successfully organizing this forum. I'd also like to thank His Excellency Dr. Yushruna Alemayo, State Minister of the Federal Ministry of Innovation Technology, for the commitment and dedication demonstrated to support the organization of the forum. My thanks also go to the Ministry of Innovation Technology of the Federal and all parties pertaining with Phoenicia and contributing to the forum. Wishing you all a fruitful discussion in this fact and in all other sessions of the forum. I would like to welcome you all once again to the beautiful Addis Ababa for this important forum. I heartfully invite you to extend your stay to experience the vibrant new cloud of Addis Ababa and to explore the exuberant city destination. Have a fruitful discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lensha, for your very inspiring opening remarks and also for having joined us to get together your colleagues today at our parliamentary track. I would now like to ask Adil Suleiman to provide his opening remarks. He's Senior Policy Officer in the Information Society Division at the African Union Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Program Director Serene. You've done a wonderful job. Thank you. Dr. Maktar Sek, UN Economic Commission of Africa. Honorable Egri Lenshu, Federal Parliamentary Assembly of Ethiopia. Honorable delegates and guest speakers, all protocol observers. On behalf of the African Union Commission, I'm pleased and honored to welcome the African Member of Parliament to this year track. I stand here today with pride for the considerable blossoming of the African Parliamentarian Network for Internet Governance, APNIC, ever since its launching on July 19, 2022. Indeed, APNIC is instrumental in advancing Africa's digital information transformation journey aimed at socioeconomic growth and inclusivity, which is currently encountering several hurdles, including digital divide, cybersecurity threat, automation impacts on job, data sovereignty and privacy, reliance on foreign technology, skills gap, regulatory barriers, and social cultural effects. To realize its integration agenda, Africa is striving to achieve the largest free trade zone in the world, which would require more connectivities, free flow of information, electronic payment, and cross-border transactions. The digital era brings to the forefront the indispensable role of data in crafting policies for socio-economic advancement, presenting Africa with the prospect of a sustainable and inclusive future shaped by data-driven decisions. The increasingly digital and data-driven information society also comes with new risks and challenges, and therefore the African IGF stakeholder groups, with the assistance of APNIC, would have to recommend new rules that would generate trust, protect and secure data across the entire value chain, particularly for the vulnerable and marginalized groups, including children, women, the elderly, and the physically and mentally challenged people. Africa is determined to be a crucial player in championing digital transformation, to propel socio-economic development, and to play a key role in ultimately shaping the world digital future by closing the digital divide, data innovation divides. The youthful continent of Africa is well positioned to carry the mantle and be one of the leaders in transforming our society and economies through mainstreaming digital technology in her development policy agenda in order to fast track the attainment of the AU Agenda 2063 and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. In preparation for the Summit of the Future, Africa and the African Union stewardship produced common positions towards an open, free, and secure digital future for all. These positions have been eloquently articulated in the African Digital Compact and the Continental AI Strategy. This framework was developed by multi-stakeholder groups representing Africa actors in the digital space. They are development-oriented with specific commitments that are measurable, time-bound, with ownership of objectives clearly assigned. I am pleased to announce that both frameworks were formally endorsed by the AU Summit of Head of States and Government held in July of this year. The African Digital Compact addresses indigenous challenges pertaining to digital infrastructure and universal access, promoting of digital literacy, skill development, leveraging digital technology for green, resilient, and inclusive sustainable development, fostering digital economy and innovation, ensuring cybersecurity and data protection, enhancing safety and trust, promoting the development of applications of artificial intelligence, supporting privacy and digital rights, and strengthening digital governance and cooperation. Equally important, Africa responds to the emergence of artificial intelligence, AI, which will have a profound impact on people's personal and professional lives. For Africa, huge opportunity can arise from the adoption of AI-enabled solutions and systems to address some of its lasting development challenges and promote homegrown solutions to stimulate economic growth and sustainable development towards the realization of the priorities contained within the AU Agenda 2063 and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. It is well noted that AI can also cause disruptions to the labor market, privacy, safety, peace and security, social fabric, economics, and geopolitics, necessitating the development of global standards and agile regulations that can ensure ethical use and application of AI in Africa and beyond. The Continental AI Strategy attempts to respond to the threat as well as creating the enabling environment for the AI to unlock the full potential of digital technology for socio-economic development. Africa is concerned about the potential risks presented by AI in widening the digital divides between countries from the global north and the global south, as AI capacity, data sets, and infrastructure are currently under the control of a few. The AI strategy calls for the international community to apportioning AI resources and capabilities fairly and equitably, and call for a balanced global AI governance that considers the principles of impartiality and solidarity among countries and regions to promote level playing field for accessing AI capabilities for all. Allow me to reiterate the commitment of the African Union Commission to continue working to facilitate the multi-stakeholder implementation plan of the African Digital Compact and the Continental AI Strategy as pathways for a free and secure digital future of our continent and beyond. The African IGF family is super excited about the prospect of your ongoing and future engagements in the IG and digital governance spaces. I have no doubt that the African IGF family is now more stronger, having you contributing and playing a key role in this multi-stakeholder process. Let us strive to bring other key stakeholder constituents along, such as African diplomats and business leaders. I would like to thank our friends at ECA, Ndesa, and Ethiopia for the continuing collaboration on this important initiative. This event will inform the global IGF process to be held this year in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and the voices and positions of Africans will be well represented during the global event. Finally, let me express once again our gratitude to the African Member of Parliament who are here today with us and those joining online. I wish you fruitful deliberations and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Adil, for the opening remarks. I would like to thank all the panelists who stay for the opening remarks, and I would suggest that we move on to the next session. It is actually a roundtable discussion. We really wanted to get to know you a little better. So it's going to be moderated by Maktar. But perhaps before that, I wanted to say a few words about what the IGF is and also what the IGF parliamentary track is. So we are a global multi-stakeholder platform that brings various stakeholders together. And what is important to us is that we do bring the technical community, the private sectors, government representatives, including members of parliament, and the civil society together for informed making. And this is where since 2019, we had our very first parliamentary track. It was at the IGF 2019 in Berlin. And since then, we developed a program really dedicated for members of parliament to bring them in to the discussion of our various forums. We do have the forum at the global level, but we do also have a network of various national and regional IGF initiatives. Africa, IGF being one of them. So without any further ado, thank you very much for joining us, and we're going to go to the first session. Thank you so much.
Good morning again. Now we are. Okay, we have 45-minute discussion for this session. And I have the honor to moderate this session. My name is Dr. Maktar Sheikh. I'm leading the section on emerging and frontier technology, innovation, and digital transformation at UNECA. I think we adopted 2 months ago this global digital compact at the summit of the future. We titled the future we want. We adopted in the end of September in New York. And the global digital compact has 5 objectives. The first, it is how to bridge the digital divide. We talk a lot on digital divide. The second objective is to expand the inclusion, to make everybody to be part of this digital era, as well to increase the benefits from this digital era for the well-being of the society. The third point is about cybersecurity, to have a secure digital era. Therefore, it is a data sharing, something very important. And the last one, it is a governance of artificial intelligence. all these five objectives need to have a sound regulation at the country level, at the sub-regional level. As we know, we have several regional economic community, and also at the continental level, and also at the world level, because we have now several working groups. We have this working group on data governance. We are going to start in January. We have all the Africa, all the country in the world, and we selected four country by continent in this data governance working group. And now I'm going to give the floor to each of you. Yeah, or each of you to tell us reflection and how far going the reform in your country to put in place the sound regulatory framework for the digital era in order to take advantage of opportunity provided by this digital technology, as well as to bridge some challenge. We talk about a lot of artificial intelligence. We have ethical issues also we have to look at. We have the issue of social media, the chat GPT, all this issue, I think this misinformation, because it is something we found in a lot of countries now. We have a lot of media. We open the access to the media, and people can share any information, any wrong information every day, and we need to regulate this. And I'm going to give the floor first to Honorable Coronet. Bon, Coronet, je vais vous donner la parole en premier pour nous parler de tes impressions, de ce qui se passe au niveau du Niger et en fonction des défis.
So what goes on? What are your challenges? What are your challenges with the adoption of the Impact Digital that was adopted in September? So what is going on in terms of regulation in Niger? And how do you see this collaboration that Niger can do with other parliaments or parliamentarians to come to a regulation that is more efficient for this technological sector? So, Honorable Colonel, to you, sir.
Merci, bonjour.
Thank you very much. My name is Koroné Massane. I come from Niger. I am I'm the founding member of our network, our technical network in Africa that was created and launched in Malawi. It was presided by our dear chair, Nema. So to speak a little bit, so thank you very much, Nectar. There's a new dynamism right now. As you can, there is a turn, and Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali are working together. And last week, I have decided have made it that there's no barrier. So the numbers of the three countries, all the telephone calls go through all three countries. So there's no more barrier between these three countries. So starting the 24th, there will be a week that will be dedicated to the artificial intelligence in our countries, where all the actors concerned will be present. The new government has taken measures today to make sure that our country is not in delay when we look at the different strategies, whether it is the management of data, It has been a year almost. There's a center of data center that we are constructing. So all the different structures that we need to put in place. As you know, terrorism for us is a big problem. It's a big challenge. When we talked about terrorism earlier in the presentation, I was very much concerned. There's Boko Haram when it comes to Nigeria, Jim when it comes from Mali. So all the three borders from Mali, Burkina, it's terrorism. There are even times it is themselves who cut the internet in some regions, in some sub-regions of our country. So they sabotage installations, infrastructures. So that means that it's been about a year, the government has taken dispositions to create a military presence. So we have to guard a military guard of these infrastructures. So whether it is police. So I think that today Niger has taken a decision that will allow us to put in place strategies to attain the objectives, to realize objectives 2063 and 2030. We had hoped since 26 July we changed
recording in progress.
Government. I was the coordinator of the network of the parliamentarians in West Africa. So before this event, given the fact that most of our countries kind of went away from the ECOWAS, otherwise we were going to hold a meeting, a forum, because we already had two meetings at the level of the parliament for the ECOWAS region. So that's what I could say. So I don't want to be too long, Mr. Maktar. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable. We have spoken on many, especially on the sabotaging and the cutting of the internet infrastructure. You know, there's also governments in Africa, as we know, that cut internet access to their people. So I'm going to continue, Madame Adjana Salion du Guinée. So, especially when it comes to innovative intelligence and artificial intelligence, I believe you've done a lot of work. So you have a minister that is very dynamic, which is when it comes to the regulations and strategies. So what are your sentiments and your perspectives when it comes to the adoption of this pact, and what role do you see playing to put in place the different technology for the continent in Africa? Thank you very much. I would like to thank Madame Céline and all the team that has organized this meeting for all of us to be here. And I would like to say for Benin, we have been able to advance, major advancement when it comes to the digital divide. First of all, in 2020, there was a law that was put in place at the heart of the Minister of Communication to regulate communication. This law, so what I can say up to this date, what we did is put in place 3 laws that are important on the digital divide, on the governance of internet, and there's also this law in 2014 was voted in to give us a framework, a legal framework for this transformation, digital transformation. So, of course, there's been changes. In 2017, we had a revision to make sure that it conformed with the Constitution itself. So there has been changes, and today we have the law of 2017 so for Benin, when it comes, so it's a legislative piece that could give us a framework when it comes to technological advances, communication, ethics. So Benin, as many other African countries, have seen a very huge digital transformation, which has helped us basically conform these laws to our reality. There's a law that protects the citizens when it comes to cyber. So there's the cybersecurity law that we have adopted, and then also data protection, privacy, and then, of course, electronic transactions. So it gives us a legal framework that is securized. This law helps develop our economical advances. So what we can retain here is on the main principal points that I've just cited, there is, for example, in data protection, ensures that there is a security that regulates when it comes to data sharing, for example. Cyber criminality, like the cyber crimes, defines the different crimes linked to 2024. This law, which is in play right now, and the code in Benin, we already have the digital code. We already have a digital code. And this code today, we are at the stage today, we're asking ourselves whether or not we should revise this code, because this code was voted in 2017, but it has seen a huge evolution. There are different articles that needs to be revised to keep in mind of this evolution that we're talking about, this digital transformation, especially with the introduction of artificial intelligence. So the creation of these laws and regulatory frameworks so gives us a digital code, and so that today in Africa, in our West Africa, as it concerns adoption of new laws, if we're not the first, I think we can say we're very much advanced in West Africa. So to complete the digital code. So to conclude, today in Benin, with this advancement, everything is not perfect, of course. Of course, we have difficulties. We have difficulties. We have challenges. Like you said, the digital divide. The digital divide that you were talking about. And then, especially with the rural zone, rural population, it is reduced. There is a difference, even in terms of coverage and accessibility. We've made great effort. So more than 65% of accessibility, connectivity at the national level. So in the rural zones, we have to make a greater efforts so that we can cover these gaps. We can, and to be able to have accessibility and connectivity. Now, like I said, the coverage, the connectivity. How can I express myself? The different gaps, and then the different services like electronic transactions, mobile money. So all of this, we've made advancements. And today we have we have the manifestation of these services, which brings the administration, the government services. Today in Benin, for example, to be present at in courts, to access many government services online. So many of these dispositives are already available. So today, the only thing that remains to do, as our neighboring countries are also threatened by terrorism, as you know. Fortunately for Benin, so this phenomena, we have been able to fight it to a certain degree. So we haven't seen grave attacks, human attacks, as faced by our neighboring countries, especially when it comes to cybersecurity. We haven't had big attacks. So we are trying to catch up and to be able to control this tendency, this cybersecurity threat. So the dispositions are in place. Recently, we organized, in terms of Benin women, we consider that terrorism, we saw that terrorism actually increases across women. So women contribute to either peace or terrorism. So we needed to promote this to our women, Benin women, so that this contribute to regulate, to safeguard, and to make sure that we solve all the different challenges. So made great efforts and major advancements in Benin, and I think we can say we're satisfied. And at the continental level, we continue to work together. We're here today to share our experiences, to learn from the experiences of others, to help us go beyond for our continent. So thank you very much.
Pour votre intervention. Je crois que le Bénin est en
Thank you
train
for
de
your
faire
intervention. So they can share with the sub-regions, especially we are here with you and we're here to support you at the country level. And right now, I will vote to Honorable representative from the Democratic Republic of Congo. I know you are very active in terms of the IGF, and Congo is a vast country, especially starting next year. So what are your impressions, or what are your observations, your challenges, but also your perspectives, especially when it comes to the adoption of these impact, when it comes to the management of data? So what are your challenges in DRC? What are your challenges? What are your impressions? Thank you. I would like to thank all organizers, all the team, IGF team, for all the technical support necessary to make sure, and also all the different support at every step. So I'm going to, we started with Berlin in 2019, and this year I have participated at all the forums at the national level, regional level, and also continental level, and hopefully soon at the global level. So it is something that has permitted me to be, to get near to the challenges at heart. Because before we were thinking, we come from a country that is at war. We have different priorities, of course, which is our focus is our security. Our priority is security and peace. But the world is a village, as we know. Internet has made, or the digital transformation doesn't stop, keeps advancing. And as I say always, I'm a combatant. The world is not going to wait for us as Congolese to start the revolution, that digital transformation, and Congo is one of the big actors when it comes to the digital transformation, especially when we talk about the material, especially when we talk about the digital revolution. It is an actor that needs to be present in these forums and discussions. Now, at the Congo level, we have different laws that we put in place. There's the law on telecom that we had revised, the law, the digital code. As I had said, it's a pays at war. So our main priority is security. Policies, it could be done at the parliament level, but it could also come, the initiative could come from the government itself, from the executive body. So, like I said, our priority is security, but give thanks to the different personalities. Like I said, we have excellent parliamentarians, especially the youth. We are in this process to saw how to revise, how to modify these existing laws, not just to add the digital transformation, but to also be able to have an opportunity to create an agency for technological agency that could help us promote, but also help us go into detail in the management of this digital space. So to be able to also observe all the challenges and opportunities present in this digital world. So, to see how we can establish this agency. But one of the good things that we experienced is starting the new election cycle. There has been a lot of things that happened in Congo, but we haven't seen any cutting of the internet or access to the internet since that cycle, so since the election. So despite all the manifestations and despite all the demonstrations, we have not experienced a single cut of internet access in our country. So this is very encouraging for us. So that shows that there is this willingness, political willingness is there at least. So it remains now to have a team, experts, and skills, capacities necessary. Had more time to reflect around this digital transformation, especially my friend from Nigeria, our friend from Ghana. So thank you very much. We would like to see their experiences. Of course, the challenges exist. But we would like to work in partnership. By the way, we have exchanged some information, notably with these organisms within the initiatives. So going to actually submit our different laws and regulations in telecommunications, and what they can do is do an analysis of these laws and maybe propose amendments, conformity, and then maybe we'll endorse that and submit that to the parliament. So there's also the human rights aspect of it, defense. We've also been able to discuss with the private sector. We had a meeting in Kinshasa to see what are the aspects when it comes to taxation, legislation that could permit us to alleviate the economical challenges. And the big news that I have, for the first time, I usually come sad in these kinds of meetings, but for the first time, the General Assembly of DRC will be sending a delegation, I think 5 or 6 parliamentarians that will be sent to basically Riyadh. So I have a good news. So this shows the engagement of the government and the willingness that is there from the part of the government for DRC. So now I'm going to give the floor. Je vais donner la parole. So, Madame from Sierra
Sierra Leone
Leone.
is a specific country.
So Sierra Leone is a very unique
We
country.
have the Minister of ICT.
We have the Ministry of
woman.
ICT, that is a
Minister of
woman.
Education,
Uh,
Higher Education and Innovation is a woman also. And they are doing very well in terms of development innovation. They have this digital transformation strategy, and also they have this digital innovation strategy in Sierra Leone. And today we have it's a pleasure to have one woman from the parliament. I think you are going to follow the same way for this minister, and we need, if you can share your view about the challenge where you are now and the challenge in the perspective in the implementation of the objective of the GDC Global Digital Compact. Over to you.
Good morning. I am Honorable Mabinti Alistila Bangura from Sierra Leone. Of course, Sierra Leone is new to the African IGF. It's new to the African IGF space, but one thing I would say as an overview, as the moderator rightly said, before in Sierra Leone, we had the Ministry of Information and Communication, but with the present government, they separated the two ministries. Now we are having a Ministry of Information, which is separate from the Ministry of Communications and Technology and Innovation. So this is done because we want to create a separate ministry for communications and innovation, because we want to be at par in terms of data protection, in terms of communications across the globe. So one thing I would say, Sierra Leone has a project on digital transformation, because we have a dynamic young minister who is a lady, and she has been working so hard to expand our digital access in Sierra Leone. And also in Sierra Leone, of course, we have not yet enacted a data protection law, but it's on course, and hopefully by the next AIGF, I know we'll come here and tell everyone that Sierra Leone has enacted the data protection law. And in terms of in terms of mobile money, I would say, of course, we currently use more of mobile money now than going to the banks in Sierra Leone, because it's easy to access, and you don't need to be going up and down. You just need a nearby point to do your mobile money. So in Sierra Leone, in the area of mobile money, we are doing excellently. And talking about, then in 2013, we enacted a Rights to Information Act, because we know that information is key. So we want our citizens to have rights to whatever information in whatever information that governments or institutions are having. Because when you have information, when you are informed, it is good for the citizens. It brings development. It develops the mindset of our citizens. So that law was enacted in 2013, as I rightly said, to disclose information held by public authorities or by persons providing services for them, and to provide for other related matters. Then, of course, in 2021 also, we enacted the cybercrime law, which was signed by the President in November 2021. The Act provides prevention on the abusive use of computers and a timely and effective collection of electronic evidence for investigation and prosecution of cybercrime. So I would say the situation in Sierra Leone, though we are lagging behind a bit, but I would say in a whole, we are moving forward. We are gradually moving forward in terms of competing with the sub-region. Um, so Sierra Leone is virtually is virtually I would say digital protection or data protection is not a priority at the moment because after the elections in 2023 last year, June, we had a tense situation in the country wherein the opposition did not accept the results and we had a dialogue and we also had a tripartite committee. So for now, the aim of the government is to unite the people in Sierra Leone. But in as much as we want to unite the people of Sierra Leone, we are not losing sight of the fact that we should be at par in terms of communications, in terms of data policy, in terms of data framework, the sub-region. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing your experience. Very interesting. Sierra Leone is also our cousin. Yeah, you know, a lot of people of Sierra Leone coming from. Honorable Mafete, your minister is sharing now the STC on ICT, the AU STC on ICT minister, and also I think you are championing ISOC in your country. And we appreciate your work to bring your minister now in all discussion about the governance of internet across the continent. Tell us about your experience in you have your digital transformation strategy adopted last year, okay? And how far the parliament is moving to make sure everybody will access to this digital technology in the country. And also for the private sector, also your contribution to make sure private sector will be involved according to this GDC adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity of being here. I'd first like to also my sincere thanks to Celine for facilitating us being here. APNIG in partnership, being a member of partnership with APNIG. Thank you as well for them giving such an opportunity, including Society Lesotho as well, for helping me being granted this opportunity to be sitting with these honorable members here in front of this panel. In Lesotho currently, as you say, we're striding towards inclusivity of this data age. We currently working on reenacting the Data Protection Act, which was last put into place in 2013. So we are on it now, and hopefully the ministry and Parliament itself will be able to come to a conclusion and no issues on that. And in terms of cybersecurities and cybersecurity bill and cyber crimes bill, we're having a bit of a challenge currently to enact it. So which is a bit of a challenge for us in terms of everybody, in terms of us complying with whatever the whole world is doing. Engaging with media fraternities and civil society to try and make sure that it gets into place. And I think it was only now that I was in the School of Internet Governance that came to me that, you know what, I can talk to my country and say, let us unbundle the two bills so that we can fast track. One bill doesn't have a problem, other bill one has a challenge with it, but we're trying to do it. And my hope is that in all that we're doing, that Africa can, as a whole, can eventually enact a law on digital currency so that we can be able to bridge the gap that we're trying to get right now, where we're trying to trade in the digital space. What our current government has done is that we've built around 20 base stations to try and curb the digital divide that is in the country. Because we've got a very small country, so easy for us to get across. So what we've done is we've built around 20 base stations in the country to try and reach as much rural areas as we can, mostly schools, where my dream and hope, including the government's hope, is that through the Ministry of Education, through the Ministry of Communications and the Prime Minister himself, that we can eventually build labs so that we're able to get computer and data literacy from a very young age. Yeah, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for this. Now, Malawi. Madam Suzanne, yeah. Honorable Suzanne, are you feeling much better now?
Yeah, I'm getting better.
Okay, thank you. I think Malawi, now you are doing, you focus a lot on data and digital ID. Eh? Even I have a team now working with your government to make sure the adoption. You hear me? You hear me now? All right, thanks. I think you are doing very well. You are doing very good job on digital ID and also CFS. I have a team now currently in the country working with your Minister of Affairs to discuss on this digital ID strategy as well as to develop this dashboard for the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And also on digital transformation, you have several laws and regulations in the country. Please share your experience and your challenge and also area of collaboration. I think Malawi can have a lot of things. You have a lot of common things between Malawi, Namibia, Botswana to share. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Susan Dosi. I'm a member of Parliament for Malawi. I am the chairperson of the City Committee, as well as a member of the first of all, let me thank the organizers and all for the privilege to be at this forum. I don't take it for granted. It is through these forums that, as Malawi, we have been able to learn other countries as well on how far they are doing on this issue on digital transformation. Maybe just a background to mention that Malawi, so far, we have about 6 million internet users, which represents about 30% of the total population. It is not much because as a country, we are trying to put ourselves together and come up with strategies that can help us to get there. So far, last year in November, we enacted the data protection law, which has really helped us to make sure that the data for the people are protected. The data for the population is protected. And I was one of the pioneers for that. I really take a very big role as even as the committee to make sure that we have this law. So far, we are working on having the cyber crimes and electronic bill to pass in Parliament, as well as the cyber security bills. We believe that with these bills, once enacted, will significantly strengthen our security, national security, protect our digital infrastructure, and also build public trust in the use of information and communication technologies. These two bills reflect our commitment to safeguarding the interests of our citizens and also businesses in the digital age. One way of making sure that we bridge the communications, the gap which is there on the internet issues, Malawi, we are trying to build 193 labs in 193 constituencies. So far, the project, we have managed to do 75. They are not yet ready, but we are believing that by December 2024, those labs will be ready. These labs are being built in the rural areas
so that most of the schools, especially the community schools, are connected, so that our students should able to learn more about the maybe computers and also internet while they are still at school. This is a very big project, and this is a big boost to our agenda that we are talking about. On the other issue, also just to mention, as Sierra Leone mentioned, we enacted our Access to Information Act in 2016. We are doing well because we are now focusing on compliance of the institutions in Malawi. We want everyone to be aware of what is happening, especially in the public sector, how the resources that we have are being used, maybe the funds that we collect through the USF, how that money is being used, and we are really doing well on that one. Just to mention that also, as Malawi, we have done well on the cybersecurity index, and Malawi has been rated, at least we are now at 80%, which is a plus to our agenda as well. We will need more to do more in the part of infrastructure because we are really behind, but we believe that through these forums, we should be able to um, learn and also see how we can best handle this matter. Otherwise, as Malawi, we are really on track, and we will do better in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for sharing this. Very important. Now, Honorable John Kerry, I think you don't sleep well. You have a short short night. And thank you for coming. I think it's very important, and I think you are doing a very great job in Kenya. And I have seen the three leading countries together. We have Nigeria, Egypt, and Nigeria. You are leading the innovation in the continent. Yeah, the missing one is South Africa. Now, congratulations. Share your experience. Since now we have a book of the development of the fintech. I know you did a lot in other sector on digital ID debate now in Kenya, but can you focus on mobile money, because everybody talk about money. It is very important now for African country. Yeah. Thank you. Since for the implementation of the FCTA. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Makhtar. And I also must thank Celine. And when you say that I might not have had a long night's sleep, I also think Celine might not have had a long night's sleep, because when I landed at minutes to 4 a.m., she was still up and she was still managing how members are going to get around. I really thank you for your question about mobile money in Kenya. And you will allow me to go beyond the mobile money, because mobile money was instituted in Kenya in 2007. We have had it for that duration of time. And so for us, we are a bit more excited about other newer things, because we want to be known other things beyond the mobile money. But to your question about this mobile money, one of the biggest learnings from Kenya is how to legislate for new technology, how to legislate and make laws for emerging technology. Now, Kenya took a stance that was not very popular in 2007, which was a wait and see stance. Before we Education Authority, or whether it is going to be at the central bank, Kenya first decided to just wait and see the technology develop. And so the technology came, the legislation for the technology came long after the mobile money was in use, but the security of the transactions was being secured with already existing laws. So you can check to see, does the penal code of the country provide some provisions that would secure the space before you go and over-legislate that space? And that is the stance that Kenya took. Now, beyond the mobile money, you talk about leadership in the continent. And leadership comes with its own benefits, it comes with its own responsibilities, but it also comes with its own challenges. And there are great challenges that come with such kind of leadership, as you have put it. People are now venturing into mobile money and wondering, how do we work with this? But the lessons that they are learning from Kenya, Kenya had to learn them firsthand. The lessons on security, the lessons on proper placement in the right sector to make sure that you do not stifle technology with over legislation. All these are lessons that we were learning on the go. Now, beyond mobile money, I liked the introduction you gave about the 5 core principles. It is my first time at the IGF, the Africa IGF, and I'm glad to be part of this whole discussion. And I love the 5 parameters that you set as riverbanks that the river can flow along. And for this, in the time that we have had this discussion on the digital conversation, Kenya has been able to do quite a bit. We have been able to put in legislation. Some of the legislations that happened in the last term, that is between 2017 to 2022, included the review of the copyright law. The copyright law has a lot to do with data and data protection in its own right. Kenya was all able to institute the Kenya Privacy and Data Protection Law. And this law gave rise to the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. And these allowed us to be able to even meet the adequacy requirements for data protection. We were also able to put the Kenya Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Law, which is also quite a novel law. In this parliament, only yesterday, I was able to pass in parliament the Kenya Technopolis Bill. Kenya has a mega project known as the Konza Technopolis Development Space, just a few kilometers away from the city. Kenya is trying to develop what you would call an African silicon savanna. But this was sitting in a law that was in an authority. And so we wanted, is working on a program called the Kenya Digital Master Plan. And this is mega. Some of the things that we intend to do, and we have already started on doing, is one, to roll 100,000 kilometers of fiber, to institute 25,000 Wi-Fi hotspots around the country, in markets, in bus termini, in community areas, 25,000 Wi-Fi hotspots. But most fascinating also is that members of parliament, through a development kitty called the National Government Constituency Development Fund, are keen to put up 1,450 digital innovation hubs around the country. 1,450 is a magical number in Kenya because that is the number of the wards in Kenya. Wards are the lowest administrative unit. So Kenya is visioning to institute 1,450 digital innovation hubs in every village in the country. How does this speak to the internet governance? Of course, we're talking about the issue of data representation. If we have digital innovation hubs in the villages, the young people and the participants in these villages become not only collectors of data, they are also collators of data, and they become also organizers of data in an organized and very organic way. Now, the question begs, with all this going on, as a member of parliament, you would ask, then how do you legislate for new development and emerging technology? And I would imagine that that's one of the bigger questions that we shall be seeking to answer here. The learnings from Kenya, one is what I said, there could be places where there's a need for a wait and see. There are other places where you have to jump very quickly and put in legislation. But there are other places where maybe you might have already existing laws that might cover for the provision you're seeking for. But even more importantly, the direction that we are seeing in Kenya and prescriptive laws. So that becomes a way to go. Now, finally, the challenges, and this is generally to place it on the floor. To my mind, as we are having a conversation around the softer issues, the technology of it, I think Africa will also need to have a big conversation about the brick and mortar, the physical stuff, the distribution of proper data centers in the world today should be a worry for Africa. The fact that we are seeing data centers being instituted in the Northern Hemisphere and very few in the Southern Hemisphere should be a concern for Kenya, for Africa. The concern that was raised by Congo is a critical concern. What is the cost to Africa of this development? How does it speak to the extractive economy that Africa has suffered over the years? It should be a concern to us. There should be also a concern about gadgets and equipment. How many of them are we making? How many of the iPhones and the Samsungs and all these other digital gadgets is Africa making? And which brands are these that we are promoting? And what is stopping us from creating these brands here if the critical raw material is being extracted out of Africa? The question begs, why couldn't Africa just set up to build these physical gadgets for its for its citizens, and as such reverse the net import character or the net import history of devices? Then you look up into the skies and you ask yourself, we shall be communicating using satellites. We shall be communicating and connecting the world using fiber optic cable. How many of these are being made in Africa? So the challenge I wanted to place on the floor is the question beyond the soft issues, because the soft issues are already being prosecuted. The data representation, the data divide, the digital divide, that is already being prosecuted. How about the installation of the physical brick and mortar that is going to drive this fourth industrial revolution? And I want to end it on a hopeful note. If anyone is keen on setting up a data center, I would invite them to Kenya. In Kenya, not only will you enjoy a good grid of electricity, you shall also find new and clean energy in the form of wind energy. We have good wind farms in Kenya. We are collecting solar. We have a big repository of geothermal energy that could power this revolution. And so I would want to end it with that big invite on a hopeful note. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. Now I'm going to give the floor to Honorable Maher, and thank you for your coming, because now you are hosting this AU dialogue on AI, very important, and you come here. I think we appreciate a lot. Me also, I have to be there, but I can't because these people. Now, Egypt, I think you can. I don't. But what one question I ask you is just to share your experience, because you did lot in terms of data governance, software development. You as Egypt is a high standard on regulation. Yeah. Share some key examples from Egypt, and we can learn about you.
Thank you very much. Of course, I have to start by thanking Celine for all the good work and all the team. Actually, when we talk about Egypt, I think, as most people know, Egypt is a very big country and old country. So when you are talking about more than 110 billions and very long history of data, so you know what we are talking about. If we talked about the infrastructure, fortunately, we have more than 70% of the population are internet users. Still, we have a gap, but the initiative of there will be the availability of the internet, but of course, we will have the problem of the affordability for people to have smartphones or devices to get to internet. We have recently some companies are building factories to manufacture smartphones in Egypt, like Xiaomi or so. If they avail the devices with a good price, this could help in closing the gap.
For the legislative side, we already have a law on cybercrime. We have law on personal data protection. The bylaws didn't come yet, but the law is still there. And we actually have some amendments on the cybercrime legislation because it has been now more than 5 years. And of course, with the implementation, we find few things that need to be amended, but we already have. We have a legislation on fintech, and we have a very good financial inclusion by some mobile applications. We have a mobile app, it's called InstaPay. It avails a lot of people to instantly pay by wallets, and if we talk about the data, I guess, is the most important and most difficult or challenge issue in Egypt because we have a lot of data and we have a lot of people who are thinking that these data are of national security and we shouldn't avail the data to anyone. So we are waiting for a legislation for data classification. And when this legislation comes out, I think it will be a breakthrough because we have to classify which data that we cannot share and which data that can be shared. And this is the cornerstone of AI, of course, and of data governance at all, because when we say that we need to share data between African countries, we need to share it first within the country itself. If it's not shared or availed to put their data centers in the country. Finally, for the AI, we have now a debate whether we get out with a legislation or it should be just a framework. Most of the people within the community are preferring to have it as just a framework because they are afraid of having a legislation. And then when you have the act, it would be difficult to change the act and so on. But the government are thinking that having a flexible act is a good option. So we are still in this area. I don't know what will happen, what it will happen according it, but I think within this year we will have something, either an AI act or a framework, because of course now it's booming and we need to have something to regulate what's happening. I guess this is all. I don't want to take more time. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Shukran. I think the idea is to go with AI framework. Yeah.
This is my point of view, but this is not the government point of view.
Yeah. But it is the debate now in all country is to go this framework, with the evolution of this technology. Now let me go to our friend from Nigeria. Nigeria, we have two honorable speakers. Senator Shuab, the Nigerian chairperson of ICT committee. Too many things happening in cybersecurity in Nigeria now, and data governance. Please share your experience. And so it's a challenge. I think we need to know the challenge. You share the challenge with other members, parliament. They can build from there to improve their cybersecurity laws. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Security. I also double as the chairman of the West African Parliamentarians Network on Internet Governance that was formed in Dakar, Senegal, sometimes in July. Let me start by adopting a motion that has been moved by my colleagues, the motion to celebrate Salim Bal. But in moving that motion, may I amend the motion to also include Madam Mary Udoma from Nigeria. These are two wonderful, awesome women that serve as source of inspiration. I don't know where they get the energy from, but some of us will not be here for the effort of Madam Mary Udoma and Salim. I'm also through Dr. Maktar Sheikh thanked the Economic Commission for Africa for the wonderful job of facilitation. We were together at School of Internet Governance Forum yesterday, and you are here today, fresh, energetic, and vibrant. I'd also like to thank you and also to thank my colleagues. The commitment of Nigeria to IGF and internet governance has been reflected in the fact that two of us are here. I chair the Senate Committee on ICT and Cybersecurity, and my brother, who I also believe is going to speak, chairs the House of Representative Committee on ICT and Cybersecurity. You have asked specific questions on cybersecurity, and I will go to that very shortly. Artificial intelligence, I would like to include capacity building, infrastructure, and of course, the issue of digital divide are some of the issues that are of concern to us as Africans, and particularly when we sit down here, I believe we need to address those issues, and I will share some perspective about what Nigeria is doing around that. And I'm going to leave some of them for my brother to be able to address. In terms of data governance, Nigeria has a Data Protection and Privacy Act, and we have a commission that has been set up in Nigeria for that. And the good thing about that commission is that it's not just measuring data protection, we are building capacity. We are requiring organizations to have a data protection officer. The same way they have auditors, internal auditors, we also want them to have data protection officers in their organizations so that we have a bottom-up approach to data governance. When you talk about cybersecurity, the first time Nigeria enacted the Cybersecurity Act was 2015. But that act was amended last year, and it wasn't just amended. Arising from that amendment was also the fact that we identified some critical national information infrastructure that must be protected. And about a few weeks ago, the president signed a gazette identifying and designating some national infrastructure has been very critical, not just in public sector, but also in private sector. So just imagine that Nigeria, which is the, and I say this with some sense of pride, and permits me to say that, we have the most developed banking system in Africa. And that's why you have Nigerian banks everywhere, concept of cybersecurity in Nigeria. But we are amending the Cybersecurity Act again. About a few weeks ago, we had a consultative approach that includes the European Union, the Council of Europe, the Federal Ministry of Justice, to come up with a new act that reflects the current realities and to also take into consideration the Budapest Convention and the attempt by United Nations to have. We recognize that we have close to 250 million Nigerians. Some of them are digital natives. By digital natives, I mean they were born into the digital era. Some of them are digital migrants. People like Dr. Maktar Sheikh, who migrated. He wasn't born during the era. But luckily enough, he has migrated. So we have a program now that we are training 3 million Nigerians, cybersecurity and artificial intelligence. They are young people. By the way, Nigeria has about 70% youth population. So we believe that if you train these 70 million Nigerians, they not only serve as a national guard for cybersecurity, they also are able to use technology in a productive way. It is therefore no coincidence that Nigeria is the home of unicorns, the startup techs in Africa. It's because we have the youthful population who are also technology savvy. But we also recognize that you must also direct this technology, these skills in the right direction. Otherwise, you end up having people who have the skills and are using for the various activities. My brother will talk about digital infrastructure and other things, just to mention that currently we are building 90,000 kilometers of fiber in Nigeria. 90,000 kilometers of fiber in order to connect the underserved areas and also strengthen presence in other areas. I will conclude with some suggestions. And I take the liberty because we're an African Union, and particularly we're an African Hall, where the first sitting of AU took place. I therefore do not think I need to leave this place without talking about some cross-cutting issues. As we talk about cyberspace, as we talk about digital technology, there are a few things I believe we need to talk about. Number one, when we leave the IGF tomorrow, day after, next week, what will happen? In order, therefore, to ensure that our continuous participation at the IGF leads to some traction, may I suggest that when we are rounding up this IGF, We have some items, some tasks to be done, and a milestone to measure progress among the parliamentarians, among the various governments of Africa. This is when IGF begins to manifest benefits that we can track. Number two, Mr. Chairman, it is no surprise that I was only able to get to Ethiopia because I carry a diplomatic passport. A number of Nigerians, a number of parliamentarians here require intervention from African countries by Africans to attend a program of Africa at headquarters of African Union. Some people are still at the airport waiting for note verbal. So as we do integration on technology, let us also do integration to allow people of Africa to move within Africa freely.
This is politics.
Number three, Chairman, again, as I said, let me take the opportunity that this African Union and African Hall. I don't come here too often, so let me speak. The third thing is also the African payment system. When we talk about digital technology, we talk about cross-border data flows, and money cannot flow with the data flow. As I speak here now, payment for services here is a difficult thing. So let us also pursue the African global payment system that we are talking about as part of the things that we need to do to ensure that the continental free trade agreement that we're building, the digital company that we're building, they make money because people can pay for services and they can move across African countries. Lastly, we attend the global IGF now and then as Africans, but we only attend as consumers of internet services. When are we going to build capacity for Africans to sit on the board that determine the protocols and standard for internet? We need to be able to have a deliberate program for our university or research institutions to be part of those who build the protocol and standards, so that the global standard we belong to, we are not just consumers, we are also part of the people who shape the evolution of internet. Once again, thank you for the indulgence, but then we are parliamentarians. If I didn't say this, we are the people elected to speak for the people. So I have spoken for the people. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you so much, Honorable. We take note on your four very pertinent recommendations. And as a PAPS, we need also to be discussed. Yeah. We need this payment system across the continent. And when you want to develop this cross-border e-commerce without continental payment system, is not working. When you talk about this e-commerce, what call it is mobile payment, and we can do on the country level, is not something we can help African country to use the opportunity of digital technology. Thank you to highlight this issue, very important also. There's the other point I will leave to the parliamentarian in Ethiopia to discuss about this, because we are going to put in place this African free trade area, and people need to travel easily across the continent. We are sorry about that. Even we have some delegates spend the night at the airport. For the system, e-visa system is not working very well. Yeah. But it is something we are going to discuss with the government of sure. Now let me go to Honorable Stanley to talk about infrastructure, because I think the countries we have this in this country.
Thank you, the chairman. Please permit me to stand on existing protocol. I am Honorable Adedeji Rashide, member of House of Representatives, Nigerian National Assembly. You know, after my twin brother spoke, I didn't feel the need to speak anymore because he echoed practically almost 100% of what I would have said. But that said, there are a few other things that I would like to highlight. But that's a wonderful, excellent presentation by Senator Shoaib Afolabi Salisu from Nigerian Senate. let me say this. It's so good to be here. As parliamentarians, we have huge respect for the institution. We have huge respect for one another. And standing on the existing protocol, let me first of all say this. Put it in perspective. Nigeria have a population of about 250 million people. We have, we are the most populous country in Africa and the sixth most populous in the world, which means our challenges are also going to be very humongous. I congratulate Kenya for some of the matrix and numbers that we are getting from Kenya, but Kenya will also understand that with 220 something million, 56. So with Nigeria, with almost about 924 square kilometer as of 2023, we have huge challenges. But that's it. Now, it's a whole glory to talk about oil. Oil is a thing of the past. The gold now is data. The gold now is data. And let me stress it for the last time. The gold now is data. And how is Nigeria prepared? Nigeria also have satellite in orbit. We are preparing for our next launch, which is the N2 launch, which also will give us visibility across the entire West Africa. So that, I believe, will also give us the miles or the milestones that we are looking for in order to take the leadership of Africa. Let me also say this. The hackathon processes that we're going through in training the 3MTT, it's a deliberate one because we do know for a fact cyber security, cyber attack, cyber war, it's going to come. It's coming. In the near future, people are not going to be carrying guns anymore. It's going to be about cyber attack. How are countries prepared for that? And Nigeria, with the human capital that we have, which I think with what Senator said, we have about 70% of our population are youths. We believe that that human capital alone, if we leverage on that and continue the process of training our youths, we can actually be prepared for even supporting, some of these other countries that will require. There's a lot of remote support that a lot of countries are requiring right now, which we believe China and India are actually enjoying the benefits of that. We believe that we can position Nigeria with the digital penetration that we're preparing for. And on a final note, when we're talking about fintech, actually Nigeria, these are people that are driving fintech using blockchain technology to make a decent amount of wealth for themselves. On a final note, I think us being here, I heard my brother from Niger. Yes, we might have political differences. Yes, we might have political wills that we would like to pursue. But one thing we should never deprive our citizens from is just to make sure that they have access to be able to penetrate the entire Africa. Like you said earlier, I don't see any reason why a Nigerian should be looking for visa to come to Ethiopia. As long as we are doing this digital penetration, we are doing this digital unity that we are pursuing, we must take that barrier down, and the time is now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we are going to have a short break, 10 minutes to have a coffee, and we'll come back to Courtney because we have 5 panelists. Maybe, and we have another session starting on artificial intelligence by UNESCO. Let's take to observe 10 minutes, please. Asher will guide you. Where is Asher? Where is Asher?
would like to introduce you to Craig.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Why don't go up? Yeah, go up. Yeah, and also here you can have one. Time, eh? Honorable, we are going to start because we don't have too much time. Honorable Colonel. Okay, I'm going to give the floor to Honorable Yao from Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci bien de me donner la parole, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you for giving me the floor, Mr. Chairman. I am honored that you gave me the chance to speak. I am new in this system. I think this is my second time. The first time I assisted last time, quite recently in Dakar, Senegal. So I'm really honored that you've given me the chance to speak and to speak to you about my country. Unfortunately, so I'll make an effort to be present at the other forums. So what I wanted to say, governance of internet in my country, is at this moment, Ivory Coast has known a development, even though it is not at the same height of the other countries. The internet is accessibility is changing, and it's changing the lives of Ivorians. There is, with the tools and instruments that are in place, especially coming from the state itself, there is a great potential where we can have access to all administration and what can we, how do you say this, of our country. There is a ministry that is in charge of this, that modernization of the public sector. And today in Ivory Coast, in terms of the administration, I think that we are at a big step. You can see in a visual manner the activities of the country when it comes in the domain with the domain of commerce, finance, in terms of security, in terms of education. So there are good efforts that are being made. I think we're not yet at the end of our development, yet we are actually at the start in our country, even though we're at a good stage. Personally, I don't think we are at this step, at the stage where we can just appreciate our stage when we compare ourselves to where the world is. So since 2013, there has been many initiatives, several initiatives that have been put in place. There's the law on cybersecurity, cybercrime, the law on the data protection, everything that is data driven that was adopted by our parliament. So we have had a lot of discussions at the parliament level. We've even tried to build the capacity of parliamentarians so that they are equipped and have the skills necessary enough to deal with this digital transformation. I am happy and I'm becoming more and more interested. Parliamentarian, not just representing Ivory Coast. So we've also have started discussing these subject matters at the level of the Pan-African Parliamentary. So we are working. There's a good work that is being done across that platform. So would like to stop here. I don't want to take too long. So Ivory Coast is full force when it comes to the governance of the internet. Thank you very much, honorable parliamentarian. So this forum is an occasion for you to meet your colleagues, the lessons learned from other countries. So you would need several legislations to be passed, especially at the country level. So thank you very much, sir.
Okay, you have the floor. You are doing a lot in Ethiopia. Me, I'm Ethiopian. I'm Gurage. Okay, over to you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. My name is Bethlehem, Honorable Bethlehem from Ethiopia. I would like to say welcome all of you. This is your home. Thank you. On the previous section, Honorable Dr. Nagare Legjo mentioned a lot about Ethiopian experience. So I want to just add a little. Parliamentary contributions, effective data government in Africa address the continents, and it's the right choice to facilitate this kind of meeting. And I really appreciate the chairman and woman. Thank you. As you know, parliamentarians plays a significant roles in the irreplaceable roles in settling legal and regulatory force works, directions, proclamations, and policy also. This helps to fasten the practical implementation of the program and the project that can directly benefit our communities. Ethiopia took one of the strategy last 5 years. It's called Digital 2025. It addresses our remarkable progress on digital technology of Ethiopia. And this shows that the electronic many transaction delivered and also liberalized telecom sectors. 700 online government services nowadays delivered on online services and digital ID services also. These initiations doing in our countries. Additional also by our Prime Minister initiation, we start to 5 million younger population coders. So they are for free. They are taking online coder courses for we give for 5 million young generations. So policy has been endorsed In Ethiopia, several strategy, legal, and regulatory frameworks and policies have been endorsed by the parliament, collaborating with the innovation and technology ministers. And this also creates awareness for our community. Our parliament also endorsed so many proclamations. For example, personal data protection proclamations, the e-transaction proclamations, the computer crime proclamation, and many others support national digital and data development. This shows that how parliaments contribute effective data government system in Ethiopia. Finally, but not least, Parliament plays significant and responsible roles for the people. Because of this, nowadays, no one left behind from this digital era. No, we need the strength on community until Africa aspires the future transformation Africa into the global powerhouse of the future for 2063 agendas. Thank you very much for Africa. Thank you.
Amasaganalo, thank you very much. I think you have, it's better you share your laws on digital ID if as a member of parliament. Yeah, they can use it as a supporting document when they want to develop their digital ID laws. Because we know now Ethiopia is one good example of digital ID across Africa. Now we have more than 10 million in the database, people who have this digital ID. And this, it is due to this very good laws developed by the government of Ethiopia. Thank you very much for that. Let me give the floor now to Honorable Miresh. You answer the floor. You are from Ethiopia. All you are Ethiopia. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, you are talking on one voice. Yeah. Now let me go to other parts of Africa. In Zimbabwe, we have Honorable Daniel. Daniel, you are focused now more on AI. Your government wants to do AI strategy policy. I think the parliament has an important role to play on that. And you can tell us about also your experience, your challenge, and your expectations for this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Greetings from the great land of Zimbabwe. I'm so happy to be here. Thanks to the organizers, the IGF Secretariat, working closely with Celine. I'm coming also through APNIC, which is the African Parliamentary Network, on internet the opportunity. Zimbabwe is still going through a transition in terms of ICT, in terms of access to the internet, and we have what we call Vision 2030, where we are pushing for digital economy by the year 2030, and we adopted an ICT policy that guides us from 2022 to 2027, that gives us the framework to achieve digital economy by 2030. Our main legislative law is the Cyber and Data Protection Act of 2021, which, as I speak to you, civil society working with Parliament, we are busy proposing for amendments to the law. So it's from 2021, but now it's 2024. It also shows how fluid digitalization or internet governance is, because we are now beginning to feel that there are a lot of shortfalls that needs to be updated, especially I know I attended a recent workshop organized by the Media Institute of Southern Africa and the Amnesty International, where we're focusing on gender equality and the use of internet, especially social media platforms, how they continue to perpetuate gender-based violence, especially for female politicians, and how we can address those concerns with the new laws. We have also fought in particular to end one of the biggest challenges. We have what we call revenge porn, where some people share private photographs or private videos at the end of their social relationship if they feel that they are hurt by the relationship. So it's called revenge porn, and it was a big challenge in Zimbabwe, and we've criminalized it. We are also in the process of making sure that our rural areas, where the Parliament of Zimbabwe has been working hard to reduce the prices. The good news is that this year we have Starlink. Starlink has come to Zimbabwe. We are one of the first African countries to receive Starlink. And what it has done is to open up Zimbabwe in terms of access to internet, starting with those in the urban areas. It's actually oversubscribed in Zimbabwe. They are doing well. And it is pushing the mobile data companies to scale down their prices of data in Zimbabwe. We had one of the most expensive data prices in Zimbabwe, which were reducing access to the internet. So I'm happy that more Zimbabweans will now access the internet thanks to Starlink. But it also brings to the point that while Starlink is getting business opportunities in Zimbabwe, it should be actually an African company that should be benefiting from this. It should be a Zimbabwean company or an Ethiopian company that should be benefiting from this. And it speaks again to the other concern that has been raised earlier on, that when it comes to ICT, when it comes to internet access, Africa is more of a participant, Africa is more of a consumer. And we need to find ways to make Africa also benefit, especially from an economic point of view. We can make money out of internet use and so on. It's true that Zimbabwe is also pushing in terms of artificial intelligence. Our Speaker of Parliament is very strong and passionate about that. So we are also trying to see how we can change our policy framework to make sure that Zimbabwe is a leader in artificial intelligence, and also to make sure that our laws of Zimbabwe, the parliamentary law, is also amended to accommodate Zimbabwe benefiting. We want to harness artificial intelligence to speed up our own economic development as a country, and we want to make sure that in Africa we're one of the leaders when it comes to artificial intelligence. We're excited at the opportunity that it presents to us. So we look forward to working with you and any other partners to make sure that we benefit from that. Having said that, one of the other things that as a parliamentarian I'm worried about is the fact that it's been raised actually by one of the parliamentarians. Our technology in Zimbabwe in terms of the gadgets, they are all imported. So whether it's a cell phone, whether it's a laptop, whether it's a computer, whether it's a router, whatever gadgets we're having, we're importing most of those. And there is no local manufacturing. And it's something that as legislators we're also worried about, to invest more in local production. And that's the challenge that the rest of Africa must also worry about. Because an average Zimbabwean has got maybe 2 or 3 handsets, and there's not even one cell phone produced by the country. And so someone says some of the raw material that is used, is it lithium? Is from Africa, is from Zimbabwe. And I think they use it for batteries. Is from Zimbabwe, and we are not able to do what we call beneficiation, where we are saying, let's also develop the raw materials before we try to export it. Right now, we're buying from other countries like Japan that do not have the raw materials. Because of time, I'll stop here and say thank you so much for the opportunity. Oh, before I forget, I also want to say I am really outraged that Africans who come to Addis Ababa have to go through such a horrendous experience in terms of visa, Africans from Nigeria. This is the headquarters of Africa. Ethiopia must take the leadership responsibility to make sure that every African who is a passport holder from a member of the African Union must have no problems in accessing this country. Any form of visa restriction is anti-African, and Ethiopia must feel ashamed and embarrassed by that, and they must take the responsibility. We know that Rwanda has made sure that there is visa on arrival for every African passport holder. We challenge you, Ethiopia, to show leadership. It's really embarrassing for an African to be stranded in Addis Ababa.
Thank you, my brother. I think Honorable Bethlehem will transfer the message to everybody. Now, any other parliament MP we missing? I think everybody is speaking. People, you are not a parliamentarian, I think. Okay. All right, now I think what we, for Zimbabwe also, I think is a very good example. Zimbabwe chair our conference of Minister of Finance. And last year there is a request. We organized a Minister of Finance conference last year in Zimbabwe. They have requested to have a web base on all innovation on AI in Africa. So we already developed this and we present to the Minister of Finance this, I think 4 weeks ago. And this platform will be present to the AU Summit the next year. Also, ECA, we already developed a report on how we can optimize the taxation of the ICT sector. It is something we can share with the member of parliamentarians. It is something very important. Maybe this document has to be adopted at the AU Summit, and after we can share with the MP. Today, what we can say for this session, we have all Africa. All Africa are here. Why all Africa? We have represent Kenya, Ethiopia, from Central Africa, DRC, from North Africa, Egypt, from Southern Africa, we have Zimbabwe, Malawi, Lesotho, and we share this experience from all African countries. And we learn a lot about what's happened in several regions, what are the key challenges, and what lesson learned we can get from this discussion. First, we can see a lot of now is happening at the national level and at the continental level. One concern is cybersecurity and data. All now have some challenge on cybersecurity and data. Very important for the MP. Also, the infrastructure and also how to shape this infrastructure also as a member of state. We have the case of Nigeria, who has satellite, how we can share the satellite with other members. Also, we have other countries not here. Algeria has satellites. Senegal launched some time ago a satellite. South Africa, we can see Egypt also. It is something regarding data sharing and infrastructure sharing. And I think there is something parliamentary have to do. Digital ID, we have the case of Ethiopia. Yeah, they can share with others. Also, the case of Kenya, very, very, very interesting. Yeah, it is something we have to share together. It's not we are going to stop today because you have a great idea. I think we can have, after that, we can have a working group for the parliamentarian to put all this idea together and to see how we can exchange. And why not we are coming with one framework for the continent, like what we did in Egypt for the AI. Yeah, it is a key outcome we can have for this meeting. And also, I would like to thank you all for your contribution. It was a great pleasure for me to moderate this session. And I learned a lot and something I will put in my work at ECA. And we are here to support. We support almost all African countries. We have one project or one policy to do. And thank you once again, and good luck for the next session. Thank you. And thank you also, Celine.
Thank you very much, Maktar, and thank you for your amazing moderating skills. Trust me, I'm going to ask you several times to do this. So you may have noticed that there is a slight change in the program. We wanted to have UNESCO present their paper, followed by Nima Lugangira, who would have connected online to introduce, as the co-rapporteur of the resolution, the newly adopted AI IP resolution. She couldn't make it, unfortunately, so we will rather focus on the presentation of UNESCO and, of course, also give you some insights about the IP resolution that was adopted back then in October. So, Gustavo, I would kindly ask you to come to stage. Thank you. One. Yeah. We will be stopping at 1, and I'll also ask Abigail, please, as the moderator of this upcoming session, to please come to the floor. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the second session of the parliamentary track that would focus on the impact of artificial intelligence on democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. My name is Abigail. I am a digital rights and safety professional, and I'll be moderating this session. This session will highlight emerging approaches on AI governance globally, as well as the role of members of parliament in AI governance in our respective countries. We will have two speakers for this session with an open Q&A and discussion after the presentation. So we will first start with Gustavo, who will present the UNESCO consultation paper, and then Celine will also do a short presentation of the IPPU resolution, and then open up for discussion. So to introduce Gustavo, Gustavo is one of 15 youth ambassadors for the Internet Society in 2024. He holds a Master of Public Policy in Digital Technology and is a lawyer with expertise in digital governance and digital development. He's worked with the GIZ and is currently a specialist consultant for AI and digital transformation. Over to you, Gustavo.
Perhaps to the technicians, I would kindly ask to show my screen on the big screen because we want to share a presentation. Thank you so much.
Well, good afternoon to all of you. It's my pleasure to be being here today. As my colleague has introduced, my name is Gustavo Fonseca Ribeiro. I work at the Digital Policies and Digital Transformation section at UNESCO, where we focused on artificial intelligence for the public sector. Today, I'm going to be introducing one of our projects on emerging approaches to AI regulation, AI governance across the world, and I'll be taking questions afterwards. If you're interested. So my presentation today will focus in 4 parts. First, why to regulate artificial intelligence and what do I mean when I speak of regulation of AI. Second, where is the current global AI landscape at in terms of regulation? Third, and this is going to be the centerpiece of this presentation, what are the different approaches across the world that are surfacing now for AI regulation? And fourth, I'm going to speak a little bit about what UNESCO will be doing next in this area. So why should we regulate and what do we mean by regulation? Okay. So there are roughly 3 rationales for regulation. First, addressing a public problem, like a market failure or an acceptable risk. For example, when AI is deployed, if society deems that to be too risky. Second, to protect and respect fundamental rights. And here we also include democratic values and the rule of law. And third, also not only as a means to address risks, but also a means to enable the environment to promote quality of life, development, innovation in the area of artificial intelligence. But why are we mapping this? And this is one of the main ideas that I wanted to come across today. Why are we mapping this? There are many reasons to govern artificial intelligence, as we can see above. But the presence of just these justifications, they will change from context to context. Today, you have highlighted what each mapping this so we can learn from one another. Legislators are the representatives of society. They are well positioned to understand what are the problems, right? Why to govern artificial intelligence, and they're uniquely positioned to provide the solutions, the regulations, the approaches that I'm going to highlight later. Ultimately, new technologies, they change a lot of the way, they change the reality of our societies. They can make or break the values that we hold, such as democratic values, societal well-being, human rights, the rule of law. So how we govern AI will define whether we uphold these values or if we let them deteriorate. So what do I mean by governance in this presentation? And to understand that, we need to understand the role of government in AI governance. Yes, indeed, I think the most common idea of what the government can do is to pass laws, regulate, and enforce it as a supervisor, as we can see in the top. But that's not only it. Government can also develop and acquire artificial intelligence. It can use, for example, strategic procurement to elicit innovation in society. It can also facilitate and enable the ecosystem of artificial intelligence by, for example, passing national AI strategies. And ultimately, it can also deploy, it can also be an end user and improve public services by using artificial intelligence. So when I speak of governance today, I'm going to be speaking of what are the instruments that not only government, but all actors can use when they're interacting with these roles, right? And here we can see a little bit of the global landscape on AI regulation right now. In California, which is arguably the powerhouse of AI production worldwide, recently the governor of California just vetoed an AI bill. We can see, of course, we cannot have this conversation without the EU AI Act, which is trying to set a global standard for how we govern artificial intelligence. But we see also initiatives in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. In fact, between 2016 and 2023, 32 countries worldwide have passed 148 laws that mention artificial intelligence. And this is also the case in developing regions of the world, like Latin America, where I'm from, and here in Africa. In this context, what is UNESCO doing? Very shortly, we are consulting widely. What are the approaches out there? In the past, I've conducted literature review, we've spoke with experts, and we've conducted an open consultation. So what are the approaches to artificial intelligence regulation? Right now, we're reviewing these open consultations. We had more than 100 contributions coming from 34 countries. And what have we found? We have identified 9 AI regulatory approaches. And these are the 9 ones. I will not go one by one through all of them because that could be very dense. I would like to highlight that they are not exclusive to one another. They're often levers used simultaneously. So what I will do today is present them in groups of 3 with very concrete examples of how they are being used around the world. The first 3 are the adaptation of existing laws. So taking what is the legal system that already exists and adapting to AI regulation. Rights-based approach, passing rights to society that can keep check on AI development, and liability approach, the allocation of responsibility across the development of AI to sanction any illegal activity. But to understand that, we have to also understand that regulation of AI is not specific to technology. We're not starting from zero. There is existing regulation that already applies to it, such as data protection, consumer protection, antitrust regulation. There are liability rules, IP rights. I think the importance of copyright and data governance was emphasized here earlier. And the example that I bring today is an example from India that we can see all 3 approaches being used. So there was a case before the High Court of Bombay. Basically, a generative AI system replicated the voice of famous artists without his consent. And the court found that this violated his right to his likeness, which is a personality right under civil law. Our image, our voice, our appearance. We have the right to control and consent over that. And based on that, it applied existing law, civil law, and applied an existing liability regime, civil liability. With that, I move to the second group, which is in my opinion, is the most innovative in the area of artificial intelligence and also the most technically complex. So I hope I do it justice today, which is the risk-based approach combined with the elaboration of technical standards to enforce the regulation. So the example I bring today is from the European Union. As I said, it's difficult to have this conversation without bringing the EU AI Act. And the approach brought to the table was it layered different AI systems across certain levels of risk. And he found that certain uses are too high risk to be left unchecked. Some examples of this are AI being used for recruitment or AI being used in medical devices. The reason this is considered high risk is because it determines important aspects of our lives, whether we get a job or not. will define socioeconomic standing, whether an AI is misused, malfunctions in a medical device will affect your right to health. So based on these categories for high risk, what they did, they established a series of normative provisions. So these are things that AI deployers and developers have to follow to ensure that their system is safe for deployment in the European market. So for example, two of these provisions is if your product is risky, well, you should have a risk management system. Or if you're using a lot of data, you should have a methodology for data governance and quality assurance. And within the EU, there exists this concept of harmonized standards. And the term and standards here means technical standards, as the ones developed in standard development organizations, like the ITU or the International Standard Organization. And through this concept, what the European Commission can do, which is the executive body of the European Union, they can ask the regional standard development organizations to create technical specifications that protect these values, that ensure risk management and data governance. And if any AI deployer adopts those specific standards, they have a presumption of legality within the European market. And this has two consequences. First, it creates a very strong relationship between normative written law on a paper and regulation by design, ensuring that the design of AI system reflects what the law demands. And second, it creates also legal certainty. It assures that if you're an AI deployer and you put an AI system in the European market, you have the legal certainty that that would not be illegal, and otherwise, unless a public authority proves you wrong. So this is the example from the Union of risk-based approach and standards-based approach. And I move now to the third one, which is principles-based approach. I mean here, soft law regulation, guidelines, well, guide the governance of AI are not necessarily binding per se. And the facilitating approach, which is looking at the ecosystem, understand what needs to be improved for AI to flourish, and then strategizing for it. And Egypt, from Benin, Mauritania, and also from the African Union, the Continental AI Strategy. And what they have in common overall are these components. First, there are ecosystem enablers. As I said it, they look at the ecosystem. What do we need for AI to work? We need talent, university programs. We need infrastructure like data centers. We need computational power and training data, and strategize to obtain that. Second, how can we accelerate the evolution of AI in our ecosystem? What are the opportunities to leverage? Public sector can do that through public procurement, for example. How can we encourage research and development through the private sector? And how can we explore the comparative advantages that are sector-specific to my country? For example, many countries in Africa have a comparative advantage in agriculture. That is a resourceful field to leverage AI. And third, they bring forth governance. And here it's another example of one of the approaches, the principles approaches. Many of the strategies bring ethical principles. For example, the strategy of Rwanda brings a list of ethical principles such as non-discrimination, fairness, and transparency that guides the development of artificial intelligence, but they also bring the prospect of AI regulation, as we talked here today. I think I will just use that. But I've talked about the past and I've talked about the present. So what is next? What are the plans for the future on the part of UNESCO in this regard? It's important for us to build knowledge, but also take this and facilitate the exchange of it like it's happening here, but take this knowledge and transform into action. That's why next year we're convening the Global Forum on AI and Digital Transformation in the Public Sector. Of course, an invitation is extended to all people in this room. The registrations are already open, and we'll be discussing how to transform this knowledge into action. And if I wanted, and before I conclude, if there's one message that I'd like to leave you all here today, is that recalling what I said in the beginning, new technologies like artificial intelligence, they disrupt a lot of our realities. They change how power is distributed. New companies obtain market power. They change how our labor markets function. People who have technological skills, we usually benefit more from a technological revolution. They change, they disrupt our laws. They, to an extent that sometimes we cannot keep up with. We know that the technology evolves faster than our laws. And we can see how we have seen in the past how AI has disrupted our information ecosystems. All of these changes, they are associated with these values, democratic values, societal well-being, development, human rights, and the rule of law. So these new technologies, they can make or break these values. Again, how we govern AI will define whether we uphold them or if we let them deteriorate. So the UNESCO program is constructing the knowledge to enable legislators and parliaments to uphold these values. And with that, thank you very much for your attention. If you're interested in the Global Forum or the consultation paper, you can access through here, and contact is also available. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gustavo. That was a very comprehensive presentation. I wanted to check, are you also going to make the presentation available for our members? Okay, just because I think a lot of people might find it useful to reference it later. Okay, all right. Thank you. I think that for me, what really stood out from that presentation was really just talking about the roles of government, not just as a regulator, but also an enabler, and also approaches is very important. From price based or risk based, and I think it's interesting to, especially for members of parliament here, to as you think about which approach would work for your country, and I guess we can talk more about that during our discussion. So for now, if you're ready, Celine, I was going to hand it over to you to introduce and say more about the IPU, if you're ready.
Thank you very much, Abigail, and thank you for the very wonderful presentation. So I'm going to keep it short, not only because we're soon about to break for lunch, but also because Nima was supposed to be the one presenting the IIQ resolution. What I will tell you is that we will be sharing this AI IQ resolution amongst you, because this is also a call to bring this AI IQ resolution back to your parliament and promote it also within. So to let you know a little bit more, and also why I'm speaking on this AI IQ resolution. So the IGF Secretariat has been working very closely with the Interparliamentary Union for the past couple of years. And at the beginning of this year, they wanted to work on a resolution around the topic of artificial intelligence, human rights, and the rule of law. This is where they held some virtual workshops on AI with leading experts. Joshua Bengio was one of them. He is really known as the leading expert in the AI field, and two other very known experts in subsequent workshops. These were used to feed, let's say, in an informed way, the AI IQ resolution that was then drafted by members of parliament, for members of parliament, and then also consulted amongst members of parliament. So this is a little bit the, let's say, introduction to this resolution. And one of the members of one of the co-rapporteurs is indeed Nima Lugangira, co-rapporteur and also member of parliament from Tanzania. The second one is Michelle Ramper from Canada. So what they wanted is really to have views from two different countries, and this is also very well reflected in this AI IQ resolution. What was also important to them is, of course, also to refer to the international law, reaffirm it, making a big reference to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. What was also significantly, I can't pronounce this word, in the document was also gender-based violence, and I would urge you to really go through the document and have a closer look at it. We will stay in touch with you regarding that, because Nima Lugangira would very much like to promote this AI IQ resolution amongst the African continent, amongst the various parliaments at the national level. So it's not going to be the last time that you're going to hear from us. I would also urge you to join our session at the Global IGF, where Nima is going to be there and will also present it a little bit more in detail. So I would suggest to then open the floor for a few questions before we break for lunch. Thank you.
Sure, yeah. Thank you, Celine. How much time do we have for questions?
5 to 10 minutes?
Okay, all right. I guess, well, it also depends on how much engagement we get. But yeah, I think without much ado, we're going to open this up for questions. If you have questions for Gustavo or Celine, or just general, I think, thoughts and opinions about, AI governance in your country, how you're approaching it, or anything percolating, for you, or your takeaways from this, from the presentation. So.
For everything. Actually, the problem with I think governing AI is really, really difficult. And somehow we will have to sacrifice a lot of things to gain the benefits of the AI. And the first thing that we will have to sacrifice, or we will voluntarily sacrifice, is our privacy. Balancing between privacy and getting the AI developed and getting all the benefits out of it, I don't think it will be really possible in the coming few years. I need your point of view and your intervention on that. And I don't know if actually, even when we're talking about the European Act, I don't think that it's working in any of the European countries. And what I understand that they tried in France to adopt it, and there was some issues, and no other European countries are actually working with that. So correct me if I'm wrong, please. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Do you want to respond, or should we take maybe a few more and you respond together? Whatever. Okay, maybe let's take maybe two more questions. Honorable member John. Please go ahead.
Gustavo, we must thank you. That's an amazing presentation. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Celine, for sharing the work that we have been doing at the IPU. Glad to see that it has been canvassed in very many different forums. Now, Gustavo, out of your experience, I would imagine that you have done extensive search and spin in your study. My question is related to what the Honorable has asked, and it has to do with best practices. When countries were developing data protection laws, there were always discussions about the gold standard, and some of the laws were offering themselves as the gold standard. I remember GDPR would stand out tall, but there were also other different other laws, but the GDPR came out very strongly as a benchmark. My first question to you, Gustavo, is, to your mind, is there any best case practice that you would point us to? Is it one? Is it three? Is it several? Is it a combination of approaches as you have presented? The question is, he showed us direction in terms of approaches, not quite the substantive laws. So to your mind, is there any best? Of course, it's not an issue of copy and paste. Every jurisdiction has its nuances that they would want to build that best case scenario. The second question is, as Africa sits and thinks about, do we go the strategy way, do we go the framework way, do we go the substantive acts way, even as we are busy thinking about what to do with what already exists, how is the future looking from where it sits in terms of development? We know AI has been with us from maybe the 70s, if not earlier. But the developments that we have seen from 2021 have been so exponential, and it would help Parliament to start thinking in terms of what you're seeing in development. How much more exponentially do you think this is going to grow? And is it something that can be mapped? Is the projection something that can follow? Or are we at a place where we are just walking into looking for a black cat in a black room, in a dark room? So kindly, Gustavo, those are my two questions.
Okay, Thank you. I think we will take one last question. Honorable members, please go ahead, and then Christophe can answer, and then we do another round.
Merci. Moi, je vais parler en français.
Thank you. I'll speak in English. In French, sorry. It is a recommendation I would like to do to succeed in the process. So the Africa is composed in so many regions: the East Africa, the West Africa, the North Africa, the Central Africa, and so on. And I propose so that we can have a collaboration between parliamentarians of sub-regional of the IGF and the sub-region of the IFGF. For example, West Africa, there is a collaboration conjoint between the parliamentarians of sub-region of West Africa and the coordination of AGF of West Africa. So I think that to achieve the maximum of structure and persons at all level of national African countries, we must have this coordination. And regarding also the Secretariat of Global Secretariat and Africa and also sub-regional, we must have coordination of AGF and between parliamentarians. So in West Africa, it is held in Dakar. We had the coordination. The president is here. He is present. Marie Uduma, who coordinates the West Africa, is also here. Coordinates so all the strategies that we are developing. If we can federate it, I think we will succeed in our project. It's just a recommendation. Thank you.
Answer the questions, and then we'll take maybe one last round before break lunch.
I address the simplest one. I welcome very much the recommendation. So this is a program that we're building now at UNESCO, and we're in a phase that we're developing the knowledge. Once we have that, what we're going to try to do is engage more closely national parliaments as well, more granular regional levels as well. So we look very much forward to that. To address the question of privacy, it is very important question. Of course, as UNESCO, we are one of the houses of human rights and development. I will stand by the privacy is an international human rights recognized globally, right? What I would say is I don't believe there is necessarily a binary relationship between, or we either choose privacy or we choose development. Privacy is a very broad concept, right? So, for example, if we look at the international human rights of privacy, you can think of it as informational self-determination, which relates very much, for example, of the appropriate representation of African cultures in data sets. And if African cultures are not well represented in data sets, those AI systems are not going to perform well. And that brings me to my second point, which is privacy is originally, yes, a human right, an ethical concern, which is often observed as a limitator. I would say that it's also a core component of an AI system that performs well. It's important to have accurate data, safe, secure data, for societies to trust the systems and for the systems to do their work well. It might be a response in the short term, but in the long term, it can be hard for citizens to trust technology if we can't ensure that privacy is there. And we already have some building blocks for it, like data protection regulation. I hope that answers some of the question. If not, feel free to follow up in the second round. So to the second question on best practices, I think we often go to these conferences and we hear all types of best practices in every way. Best practice is not a term I prefer. We can call it good practices. I think you hinted very well at the fact that we showed approaches. And we chose approaches is by design, is on purpose, because there is no such thing as one size fits all best practice. For example, the EU AI Act or even GDPR, they can work in a highly digitized economy or in a more wealthy economy, right? That has also the resources and the regulatory capacity to enforce it. I'm from Brazil, which is a size, it's a country twice the size of the European Union with one data protection authority, not 27. Um, so it can be challenging. I would say that there is not a one best practice. You have to look at the ecosystem. You have to see what are the opportunities and the risks there, and maybe draw inspiration from good practices, different approaches. Um, yeah, this is also one of the reasons why we focus on building the capacity of the ecosystem, give a medium, not an outcome, to the member states that we work with. Besides parliamentarians, we also have programs for justice sector actors and civil servants. So we try to bring knowledge to the sector, see like, oh, look, these are the problems, these are some of the solutions. They might work well for you, they might not work. You know better. And to the third question of development, and I understand here development in the sense of the field of artificial intelligence. So there are some glimpses that we can, some hints that we can cautiously take from industry. It is true that we can spend a lot of time talking about regulation, and then suddenly generative AI comes along, and 4 years of regulatory discussion are in the wide open. So there are some signs coming from industry. I think the path where the direction in which big tech companies are going, and by no means is natural, is a choice, is developing assistant artificial intelligence, what they call agent AI agents, agentic AI, that can, rather than passively respond to you, they can do it more proactively, like work really as an assistant, schedule my agenda, sign me up for this program or this kind of stuff, which is very fascinating. But we'll when we're going to be there, it varies. It really varies. What I can say in that regard, what is relevant to regulation, there are some principles even from past digital regulation that we can take, is to abide by some ideas of, for example, tech neutrality, technology neutrality, to develop regulation in a way. So first, to develop regulation in a way that is safe-proof for future changes in technologies. And for that, sometimes you have to refer to abstractions, right? You have to devise high-level principles. But then you have to also think of at what level are you regulating? There is international regulation, which is very abstract. There is national regulation, which is more focused in the national contexts. But then you have very specific standards are also a form of regulation, which are very specific. And standards, they change faster than a national law, right? So these are instruments that you can tap into to, I hope to satisfy the answer.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gustavo. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to have another round of questions like I promised earlier, but we're going to have more AI-related conversations and discussions throughout, the day and even the rest of the days that we're going to be here. Celine has some quick responses, and then we'll break for lunch after that.
Thank you very much, Abigail. I'm going to keep it short. Merci, l'honorable Massani, pour votre recommandation. C'est exactement ce qu'on essaye de...
Thank you, Honorable Massi, for your recommendation with our different AGF regarding regional, sub-regional, and the national. So until now, we have a track of regional parliamentarian in the African continent, and we also did for the Asia continent. And this year we have done in America, Latin America, and we have been helped by Mari Odomo, and we have done the first track of West Africa AGF, and we are working with different partners like UNESCO, which were present virtually, and the AGF of the Central Africa, and Honorable Safari was present also, and also to have conversation which are not in silos, but which will guide us until our global forum that we are preparing in Norway and so on and so on.
Okay, thank you very much, Celine.
So
I
thank
think we are
you
going
so
to break
much.
for
So I
lunch
think we are going to
now.
have
It's
lunch.
1:14
Donc,
Eastern African time, and we're supposed to be back here by 2 p.m. For the next session. All right, thank you all very much.
Just for you to know, ushers will kindly guide you to the delegate lounge, and we know that you're supposed to be back at 2 p.m. We have an online participant, and it would be great if you could make it in time. We know it's a little bit short, but we thank you very much for that. Thank you. It's in the delegate lounge. So ushers will bring you to the delegate lounge. It's different. I don't know. Ushers will be there.
Ushers, can you please direct delegates to the lunch venue, please?
Are you not tired after a dense mood system?
Excellent. You guys went to
Also, try that. Yeah. Okay.
And then
joining us. No, if you want to. No, just do you need to introduce us or what? No, you don't have to. Celine, just remind me, they already had data sessions, didn't they? They say anything about accuracy. I think sorry. It says it needs a passcode. Right. It's emailed to him, isn't it? He says that he would get to you. I also want to log in. Not letting you in. Maybe because it's closed. Is it open? Maybe because it's closed. 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 Maybe because it's closed.
My colleagues, do you hear me?
Very well, yes.
Perfect. Shall we start? Good afternoon, honorables, other participants, everyone who's with us online. We're starting a little bit late, but we are starting. Welcome back after lunch. My name is Senior Advisor on Internet Governance at the Association for Progressive Communications and have been on the multi-stakeholder advisory group of the African IGF and have worked the honor to work with the UN IGF Secretariat as chair of the multi-stakeholder advisory group of the global IGF. Well, let me jump right in. Now, some of you have participated in the African School on Internet Governance. I can see some of the participants from 2023 in the room and three institutions, African Union Commission, Research ICT Africa, in University of Cape Town and Association for Progressive Communications. It's currently focusing on data governance and specifically on data governance in Africa, both as a means for building national economic development, stronger digital economies, data governance as a mechanism for implementing African strategies such as the digital transformation strategy and the African Continental Free Trade Area, but also data governance in the sense of creating more accountable, transparent, and reliable election processes, and research and evidence-based policy. And together with Research ICT Africa, so we wanted to take this opportunity this afternoon to talk with you specifically in your capacity as members of parliament about data and about data as a public good, and why it's so important to look at data as a public good and to look at the accountability and the way in which we as African governments and African research institutions, civil society, and media, in which we cannot access data that's generated by Africans, that is held by platforms. That's one aspect of it. Companies often that are not based in Africa and that have limited accountability to actually delivering public services or public data to African researchers and decision makers. So I won't dwell on that in too much detail. We'll hear about that. But what we'll do today are essentially three things. We'll look at data as a public good, look specifically at some of the research we already have done on data and elections, and then we'll look at a new African-wide initiative, an alliance that was launched recently, I think October actually, October or September, maybe it was in September, which is trying to build a multi-stakeholder alliance in Africa for ensuring that we do have access to the data that we need for our purposes of planning and research. So I'm not going to go into too much detail. I'm going to ask them to say a little bit about themselves. We have with us a team from Research ICT Africa, Liz Oremba, who's from Kenya, and Sandra, who is South African Zimbabwean. And both of them are going to tell you about different aspects of it. And then we have online with us a speaker. You can see him in the background. Guy Berger, who's a research fellow at Research ICT Africa, previously senior UN official at UNESCO. And prior to that, really a leading journalist in Africa who headed the School of Journalism at Rhodes University in South Africa, which many African journalists have passed through. But to start us off to talk about data as a public good, Sandra, I'm going to hand over to you, and you can say a little bit more about yourself as well.
Good afternoon, honorable members of parliament. My name is Sandra Makumbirova. I am from Zimbabwe. I am a senior economist at Research ICT Africa and currently based in Cape Town, South Africa. To start us off, I'd like to talk about the concept of data as a public good, and why access to this high quality data, African data, is crucial for effective policy making in Africa. So I'd like to start by explaining what a public good is. In economic terms, a public good is a good that has two characteristics, good that is non-rival and non-excludable. So when we say goods are non-rival, this is when you have a good where one person's use of that good does not reduce its availability to the next person. For instance, listening to a free broadcasted radio station. I listen to it, it doesn't reduce from your listening to it. And then when we say non-excludable, we're talking about a good where it is nearly impossible to exclude the next person's use, even if they didn't pay for it. For example, street lights, everyone can use them without having to pay. And data can and should be used as a public good. For example, our public health data that our national hospitals collect and hold. This data can inform policies to better prepare for the next pandemics that can come through on the continent. and help farmers and everyone else in the value chain adapt to climate challenges. Our current evidence base in our current data in Africa remains inadequate for policy making. And this is because the data that we hold and collect currently is often patchy in the sense that sometimes it's not necessarily representative of the whole population. It can be incomplete of different quality levels, so you can't really use it to compare in statistics and data analysis. Sometimes it can have limited scope and unavailable for public interest use. Access to high quality data is crucial for us, and especially you as policymakers, members of parliament, especially if you want to use it for evidence-based policymaking. It will be essential for your regulations and international collaboration, even regionally with the AFCFTA. This data can be used for planning, implementation, evaluation of policy and regulatory outcomes. It can also be used to contribute to progress towards reducing inequality, which is rampant on our continent, within our countries, and among different member states. Can be used to fight poverty and reduce the impact of climate change. For example, if our African governments want to use AI technologies, which are heavily dependent on data, good quality data, if they want to use it to improve tax collection, for example, then it is important that we collect good quality data that is standardized and categorized for us to use it for evidence-based decision making. Without this public data, what we see is our policies could lack the kind of precision that it needs to deliver public services to all citizens. And this data would really enable us to measure and assess our progress towards creating a more equitable and sustainable society. Once we have this data, it doesn't necessarily mean that it already automatically creates public value. What will be needed as well is to have a functional data infrastructure across all African countries and work on this data. I think the AU data policy framework also advocates for preferential access of our data to our African researchers, to our public authorities, so that we can be able to use this data first to come up with solutions to the problems that we have in Africa. So by treating data as a public good and for the public interest, we can empower all policymakers to be able to make decision making with precision, drive sustainable development, and strengthen our communities. This can ensure that African data serves African interests and advances equitable and effective policies that will benefit everyone, particularly the most vulnerable who are often not represented in the current data that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandra. Guy, we've kept you waiting, so I think let you go first. I know you want to talk to us about the alliance. Maybe if you can also give us examples of some of the data sets that are out there, that is potentially data that is of public interest and of value to African decision makers and implementers that we're not able to access because of current data regimes. So if you can tell us a bit about that, and then please go ahead and tell us about what Africans are currently doing to change this landscape.
Sure, thank you, Henriette. Do you hear me okay?
We hear you, and we can see you, and we can see your presentation.
Wonderful. Greetings, honorables. It's a pleasure to speak to you. I have prepared a little PowerPoint here because sometimes these issues get a bit complex. But let me jump in and I will cover these questions that Henriette has set the scene for. So first of all, let me give you this. The South African election, which you know was in May, there's a character you see in this photograph. His name is Visvin Reddy. And he was very agitated about what he thought was going to be the exclusion of former President Jacob Zuma's party from the voters' roll. So he issued this statement, which you can read there. But this is not an empty threat, because if you look at the history of South Africa, just 3 years ago, we had a massive outbreak of rioting. It led to 281 people being directly killed in those riots. More people died subsequently of their injuries, but just in the days of those riots, that was what happened. And this was part of the picture as well. So when a politician makes a threat like that, you need to take it very seriously. And indeed, what happened was that Visvin Reddy got sanctioned by the South African Electoral Court. That's one thing. So he was brought to book. But what about the social media companies that were the vectors that enabled him to make this threat across social media? Because at the end of the day, we need to know not just who is trying to destabilize the democracy, but we also need to know what are the media companies' plans and their actions, and how can we monitor it in order that incitement like that doesn't go ahead, particularly in a volatile country like South Africa. So this monitoring in real time and plans and actions is all implicated with data. And so this is the point, data access being key to the elections. I'd like to tell you that in February this year, the South African Editors Forum reassessed what online risks, such as this kind of statement by Visvin Reddy. And then they invited the big tech companies to cooperate in the mitigations of threats and monitoring, including in African languages, which, as we know, big tech do not cover very well at all, and guess the platform's responses. So could I ask you, dear honorables, to indicate if you think X responded? If you think yes, please raise your hand. Henriette, if anybody think that X responded to this invitation?
I'm asking them again. Do you think that X, Elon Musk's company, responded? Anyone with their hand up?
Okay. Do you think TikTok responded?
TikTok?
Do you think?
I say no.
Meta? Okay. Do you think Meta responded to that? That's Facebook and WhatsApp. Do you think Google responded? Well,
they say they doubted.
They doubted. Google was the only one that responded, despite 3 letters or 3 messages to these companies. Only Google responded. The other ones just didn't want to come to the party at all. Basically, they thought that they could do it all themselves. So after this, 2 NGOs took the issue forward. And South Africa, we have an ATI law, which is called the Promotion of Access to Information Act. And what response do you think they had there to this call under the law now to get access to information and data about the elections? So what response? Well, here Google said they don't have, Google ZA don't have the records. TikTok said we're not authorized or able to obtain the request information. Meta said they are not subject to the Promotion of Access to Information Act. Mind you, all these companies have offices in South Africa, and all of them carry advertising. X was another one that said they don't fall under the jurisdiction of South Africa. So in September, fortunately, the South African Information Regulator rules that it has got jurisdiction. That's Pansy Takula, the chair of the Information Regulator. And so an investigation is starting as to whether indeed these companies should hand over data and information related to their plans for the election. Of course, now the election is history. So you can see where that's likely to go when it comes, as it probably will come, to court cases where these companies say they don't have any obligation to meet these data requests. So that's the behavior of very big data holders, namely the platforms. But if we look at who's in favor of ATD, access to data, the UNGA, Global Digital Compact, I'm sure you all heard of that. It was part of the Summit of the Future. UN Principles on Information Integrity, produced by Secretary General Guterres' office. UNDP, G20, which South Africa is the host next year. OECD, these are entities in favor of ATD. And if you look at the AU's African Digital Compact, they also recognize the importance of this data divide, which they say is about the difficulties for access, utilizing, and benefiting from data. Okay. And the African Digital Compact notes that this divide hinders informed decision-making and policy formulation. So this is exactly what happened in the South African elections, because one didn't have any information from the platforms about what they were doing to monitor and mitigate disinformation. As was said by Sandra shortly, for you, members of parliament, if you don't know what's going on, if you can't get access to data, how can you do your job? And then the AU African Digital Compact notes that this also limits capacity for innovation and development. So it's about accountability on the one hand, and it's about sustainable development on the other hand. And what they pointed to, that Africa really needs robust data governance frameworks. Okay. Now, you may know all the EMBs, most of the EMBs in Africa have got an association, and they issued these guidelines, which were adopted late last year. And in these guidelines, they said that internet platforms should provide access to relevant data. They should curate it. They should make this access available by APIs. Those are the technical interfaces by which you can have a pipe direct into their databases. And this is, said the association, to enable independent monitoring of content and networks that can harm election integrity. So lots of entities promoting this. Another one is this statement that came from a UNESCO conference. And as Andrea said, I'm a bit biased because I worked for UNESCO for 11 years. The Accra statement, harnessing the power of data, this was agreed in a group of about 50 different entities doing fact-checking. And they came with this declaration. And so all of these are also pushing the importance of access to data, including private sector data. The example that the fact checkers need, I'll just go through this quickly, but it gives you a kind of concrete feel, because you as members of parliament, you need to also figure out what data sets are of interest to you, depending on what business you're looking at. So the fact checkers want to know all the public posts on the platforms, because they want to assess what is authentic, and they want to assess if there are coordinated information operations on there. They want the user data, the public profile information, not private, and they want advert data, because that's important, and they want impact data and the metadata. The metadata, for example, data about a particular incitement, for example, or a particular false claim that's circulating on WhatsApp. You can get, there is the metadata. Although the message is encrypted once it comes to light, you can track the metadata. Where did it go to, and was a correction sent back along the chain or not of the spread of disinformation? So the number of posts are labeled, removed, and downgraded. That kind of data will show you also what the platforms are doing or not doing about the content. So that just gives you a flavor. Now, we did some research at RIA. Liz Orembo and I were particularly involved in this. And this is what we found, and Liz is going to tell you shortly more research we've done. But we found that some people trying to get access to data in elections are scraping. That means that they basically surf the internet and they copy paste and they try and count and they do it all manually. And the limits there is that you can't do it. It's very labor intensive, and you can't really get serious patterns. You don't get big data. And legally speaking, most of these platforms ban you and say they can sue you if you do this. And in some cases, they have done so, particularly Elon Musk. The other alternative is that some research interests are buying data from data brokers. These are companies that get data and then resell it. Now, it's very expensive. It's unbelievably expensive, particularly for African stakeholders. The other problem that we found is that the API data sets are limited. So API, remember, that's the technical interface into the database. For example, where you can get it on these data brokers, you don't get labels. So example, you can't see if they're labeled content as AI generated, or they're labeled as fact checked, or that they put another label, or urging you to pause before you reshare. So this is also the case, by the way, even if when you have official data, official access, which you do have in the EU. At the moment, the API data sets are limited. So that is the sad state. African stakeholders are either excluded, they've got to scrape, or they have to buy it. It's very expensive. And even when they buy it, they find they can't get full data sets. So moving on here to the prospects for Africa, this is a report that assesses some of those issues, and I won't go into it now, but just to flag it to you. I wanted to give you, however, this insight from this global data barometer, 109 countries worldwide. What they found is that Africa scores below the global average across all pillars of data. That's the governance of data, capabilities to use data, the availability of data, and the use of data. Now, obviously, this presentation, I'm looking particularly at availability of data because it's interconnected with the other ones, but it's an issue in its own right. And what they say then is that we need to invest in institutional frameworks, data infrastructure, and capacity building. Okay, I don't think that will come as a surprise to you. What to do? You can ask the data holders to cooperate voluntarily. This on the right is a publication I did shortly after retiring from UNESCO, but UNESCO published it. And this was encouraging companies to share data voluntarily. And some of them do to some extent. So to give them a bit of credit there. But is that enough? There's mandated cooperation possibilities, such as in the EU. Here's an interesting statement. It says, public authorities must compel major internet platforms to provide independent parties with meaningful data about the impact that social media has on democracy. Who said this? The Kofi Annan Commission. So this is not something coming from the EU. This is something coming from the continent, that you need also to have some compulsion. Compulsion means law. So if we look at the legal situation, you find that 35 countries, 55, have data protection, and 29 have access to information laws. So already we can see there's a slight imbalance there as things stand. There's more protection of data and there's less access. But even the access, because of the history, these access to information laws were really passed before data became the #1 powerful asset, which it's become in the past 3 to 5 years. So many of these laws, they don't refer to access to data. They don't refer to the private sector. So that's a state of law that could be used to compel access in some countries. Now, some people want to say, well, how can you have access data if you also need to protect data? Well, we've got these two African instruments, and indeed they're not incompatible. You can have both. You can protect personal privacy and you can have access to data. And this is what countries have to figure out, if they're going to have laws that cover both, or laws in parallel, or regulators that are converged, or regulators that are working in parallel. So I'm going to start wrapping up now. The issues for MPs, members of parliament, to explore. I think it's really important to start exploring this question of extending the ATI laws, or passing them if you don't have, in order to cover data. If we don't do this, we're really missing the major source of value in the contemporary world. We also need to provide for ATD to apply to the private sector. It's not just access to data in state holdings. We need to policy regimes for who is eligible for access to data. For example, you don't want a kind of complete free-for-all, a Cambridge Analytica situation. So, academics, NGOs, members of parliament, yourselves, electoral management body, journalists, AI startups have a huge interest in access to data. How on earth can they try to train generative AI customer services in African languages if they can't get access to the African language content that's on social media? Who would oversee the vetting process to see who's a bona fide academic MP, etc.? What are the criteria? What are the acceptable limits on the data that would be availed? And how to ensure that there is capacity and compute power to do big data analysis. Okay, we have a brand new opportunity, which is really super. This emerged last week. The African Commission on Human and People's Rights passed this resolution just last week. And it urges state parties to ensure that data held by public institutions and bodies receiving public funds, as well as that held by private actors, where there's an overriding public interest in access, this should be made publicly available by default in alignment with the principle of maximum disclosure, except where justified. Okay, this is a really, really important call on states. The resolution mandates the Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression Access to Information to consult broadly around the continent to examine and develop appropriate normative standards. These standards can guide data collection, deployment, and access issues. So that would also include the privacy side. And in this process, your members of parliament voices should be heard. I think it would be a really disappointing thing if the rapporteur was to do a report and there were no points of view of parliamentarians in this as to what these appropriate normative standards should be. Then, as Unread mentioned, there's this African Alliance for Access to Data. That's the website. It's not completely launched. It should be in a week's time, but it's a coalition, and disclosure, I'm the voluntary convener of this coalition at the moment. You can see the name, African Alliance for Access to Data. Who is it? It's networks and it's individuals. I'm one of the individuals. But the regulatory formations, Network of Information Commissions, Network of Independent Media Councils, and we are in discussion with election authorities, data protection authorities, hopefully African Network on Information, African Network of Parliamentarians on Information, Internet Governance could join. There's civil society groups there, Pan-African groups, and some national and regional groups. So you're very welcome to join as individuals or as associations, and you just have to contact me. I'll give my email at the end, and we'll give you add you to the mailing list. You can be an observer, you can be an active participant, but it's a way to keep informed. We have meetings once a month. So the last thing I want to say is diarize this date, March 2025 is Open Data Day. It's an annual event, but it's starting there. It's a chance for you as parliamentarians to really come to grips with this issue of data and data access. So I would really be so bold as to suggest that you might want to use March next year to hold some public hearings about what are the frameworks in your countries, how fit for purpose are your current laws, and how can you raise awareness about the importance of all-around data access and capacity and all those issues for your societal stakeholders. We're counting on you. You're the elected representatives. You have such an important role to play. It's very hard to advance this agenda if the parliamentarians are not leading on it.
I mean, why wouldn't I be able to file an access to information request in a country like South Africa, where our legislation compels private companies to also make information available? Why couldn't I file access to data that's in the public interest request under our existing legislation? Why do we need to change the laws?
Thanks, Henriette. Well, I think most countries don't, first of all, many countries don't even have an access to information law. Second of all, most countries that have them don't apply to the private sector because they predate the rise of the private sector as an important player in this space, if not the most important nowadays. And thirdly, if your data is not mentioned explicitly, you can end up in legal squabbles about what is information and what is data. And the last thing I want to say is that because these things begin to impact on privacy, data protection, they have regulatory implications. So it may be that an ATI law envisages an access to information regulator. But once you're talking about data, you've also got to keep in mind, how does the legislation balance with data protection? And so this is why I think it is important. Certainly, we should not sit back and say nothing can be done, but there's a lot of sense to look into modernizing and making fit for purpose. Because most of these laws, where they exist, predate this convergence that we see around the data issue. And the critical issue that Sandra also mentioned, which is data as a public good. How do you unlock this asset for the benefit of Africa? And unlocking information is one thing, but unlocking data is an additional thing. Perhaps on a spectrum, but it's worth mentioning that explicitly and seeing who holds the data and how does one get access to that.
Thanks.
I'm very happy, by the way, I'm very happy to share the PowerPoint. Perhaps I'll send it to Henriette and then you could circulate to the...
Send it to Celine and she will circulate it. Thanks very much, guys.
Okay.
So that's very clear. I think it's a definitional issue in our legislation, our ATI legislation, making sure that the definition of information includes data, different kinds of data, and then very importantly, to make sure that that legislation doesn't only compel public institutions, government, but also private entities. And I think this links also to the Global Digital Compact. There's not just the data governance component of the compact that relates to this, but also digital public goods. How can we actually invest and develop digital public goods if data isn't recognized as a public good? Liz.
Henriette, I do see that Zoe Titus online has raised her hand.
Zoe, do you... Has Celine, Zoe, can you give Zoe the right to speak? But Zoe, do you mind waiting until after Liz has done her presentation? I'm just checking the chat.
Not a problem, Henriette.
No, go ahead, Zoe. You are online now. Introduce yourself, ask your question quickly, and then Guy can respond, and then Liz can go. Just introduce yourself to the room, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Zoe Titus. I am with the Namibia Media Trust based in Windhoek, Namibia. And by the way, we are also involved in the alliance that Guy mentioned earlier. Guy, you make very specific reference to access to information laws and potential need to amend those laws. Law reform is a long-term investment. The process in South Africa, I know, started several years ago. And I know that activists are really trying to make that law fit for purpose. There is a lot of developments around AI policy on the continent. Is that potentially an entry point for the changes that we need? And Henriette, to you, is this potentially an opportunity for us to look at the Declaration on Internet Rights and Freedoms to further emphasize the need to access to data? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Zoe. Very pertinent question. And in fact, AI is such a topic here at the African IGF. There are multiple sessions dealing with it. Guy, you can answer the first question. I'll answer the second.
Yeah, I think that parliamentarians, of course, their major role is making laws. And as you say, Zoe, this takes a long time. But it's important to make laws that are going to be forward-looking. Data isn't going away. We've got to start that process. And the other thing I think is that parliamentarians don't only pass laws, they can set agendas, they can, raise awareness, they can do advocacy, and by having public hearings on these issues, including the intersection of access to data and AI, parliamentarians can really help, advance public cooperation, voluntary corporations. They can help raise awareness on the part of stakeholders. They can help draw attention to the need for policy to have capabilities and compute and all those things that are not necessarily in the realm of law. But I would just say in conclusion that if you have no African data, you have no African AI. It's as simple as that. And so that's why this thing is absolutely fundamental. If you look at the tech stack of AI, you have to look at data and the access to data, and data is a public good, and data by Africans for Africans. And this data is by and large generated by Africans, as Henriette mentioned. Thank you.
Thanks, Guy. And I think, Zoe, absolutely. I think it's very important that rights frameworks in Africa, such as the African Declaration on Internet Rights and Freedoms, takes this on board. It's a human rights issue, but it's an economic justice issue as well, because as Guy says, if we don't have African data, African access to data, that data exists, but it won't be benefiting African institutions and African governments and decision makers. It would be used by big tech global companies who are already using our data without any accountability and with very limited benefit coming back to the continent. Thanks, Guy. Thanks, Zoe. I think now we'll move on to Liz, and if everyone can stay around, we are going to, we need to finish by 2:30, but there will be more time for discussion. So people online, you could put your questions in the chat, and those in the room, please think about what you want to ask. Liz.
Thank you, Henriette. I would like to say that being the last speaker, I might repeat what Sandra and Guy say. And I will talk to you about data and the roles of stakeholders in an election ecosystem as regards to data. Who produces what data? Who needs to access what data? And how will their access to data help them in their role in an election ecosystem? But first of all, I think you'll agree with me that in an elections environment, we want people to have free access to information because when they have information and when they are empowered with that information, then they can better engage with the electoral process. They can better make decisions about which leader to choose. They can also engage in informed conversations about what policy issues they want to put forward. And even for politicians, it's the same. They can better get information on what policy issues that their constituencies are concerned with. They can also get information on how they performed either when they were in office or elections data itself, how they did perform in the previous elections, and get a projection on how they're going to perform in a current election cycle where as it takes place. So, but we have challenges. That's just an ideal environment where there's access to data and there's use of that data. The society is well informed, but we have challenges where we don't have that ideal situation. One of them is uneven access to data and also uneven capacities to use that data. That is among the citizenry, but also among stakeholders themselves. So you find people who have access to data and others don't have access to data. Those who have access to data can get the truth of a situation. Those who don't have, when misinformation is spread, they don't even know where to go get information. And this data can be in very many forms. We are talking about videos, past videos, current videos. We are talking about data in form of qualitative data, in form of words, in form of very many pictures, but also in form of numbers, And there are very many numbers that are being generated in the very many activities that you do. In an election ecosystem, we have numbers from elections bodies, voter registration, how people vote, past election, current elections. We also have, because elections are also about conversations about policies, we also have data about policy, performance of policies, people's preference and all that. So I was talking about challenges, and I touch on uneven access and even uneven capacities to use data, because you can get access to data, but if it's given to you in form or in a manner that you can't digest, you can't make meaning of it, then that capacity to use that data is limited and you can't use it. Another one, Guy and Sandra and Henriette, I think, talked about is opacity of platforms. We engage so much on social media, and there's very many things that are happening on social media, and not just social media, other digital platforms as well. And it means that much of our policy decisions, if you want to make evidence-based policies, then we need access to data that these platform owners have for us to learn what directions to take and what problems, what challenges that we have. Another one, uneven awareness of value of data, range of roles in the elections, which stakeholder collects what data. And sometimes there are organizations that do generate data in their work, but they don't even know that data is valuable to another stakeholder. So that it makes them hold that data. It kind of facilitates that an environment of data silos where we have data, but you don't even know where that data is. And even that person who's holding that data doesn't know how useful it can be to another person. Of course, there are infrastructural issues, as Sandra spoke about. There are also controversies around protection of personal information, accuracy of data, especially when data is generated by maybe through an illegitimate process, questionable process, methodologies that are not transparent for us to critically interrogate. So those are the challenges that we do have, and I believe that tackling these challenges involves some of the suggestions that Guy mentioned, policy responses, how we look at data, access to data as access to information as a public good, putting this in the agenda because there's no much awareness on the value of data. Then I'll go to, and Rachel will tell me how much time I've left because I still have a lot to go through. Okay, I'll talk about a few stakeholders and how they've managed data. And one of them, critical one. First, this research was covered in 4 African countries: Kenya, Ghana, South Africa, and the other one I keep on forgetting. I keep on forgetting the third country, but it's not of importance of now. But we can all see that election management bodies do collect a lot of data or significant data about elections. One of them is voting, how we vote, but also there's also voter registration. There's also procurement, from procurement and their own processes of managing elections, that if that data is made available, it promotes trust, public trust in the electoral process. And they also face challenges when there's lack of transparency or lack of data, not just from their source of data, but other source of data in the whole data ecosystem, where they're also attacked by misinformation and their credibility is also affected. We all know the results of contested election system, violence and all that. And we also want good governance and all that. Yeah, so they do collect that kind of data, but we've seen situations where there are challenges where people can use, where people use that data or they have different capacities for using that data. Good examples where election managing bodies have partnered with other institutions to make use of this data are where they partner with institutions like academia and even media, so that there's that parallel tallying of results. They collect, they have an API, some data pipe system, so that when results are keyed in, the other stakeholders who can get that result and the media can actually project to people. In some certain instances, there are African elections that have operated like US elections, where media is able to tell which candidates are winning elections, just like the US election itself. And it's brought up an environment where people trust the election system. But it has also come with challenges because infrastructural issues, like some of my colleagues have pointed out, some of these data pipes being released at a very much later point where stakeholders can't make use of it. Sometimes the ends where stakeholders connect this data, the infrastructures, they are not interoperable. So when it's also released at an untimely manner, there's so much that stakeholders can do and benefit from this process. In two countries where we had this research, mainly Ghana and Kenya, we saw the role of OGP in creating that value of data. And there are e-governance platforms, there are open data platforms where stakeholders really made use of data for various reasons, including elections. But the challenge with this is that with change of governments, we find different interests on the value of data, and these projects have collapsed in both countries. The projects have collapsed. Guy talked about journalists and fact checkers. I'm not going to repeat about that, but just to say also, the media is also struggling in terms of digesting some of this data that are coming from other institutions. So first of all, sustainability. Second, fighting misinformation also involves resources. It also involves access to data, and it also involves having capacity to process that data in a way that they can bring the truthful information to electorate. So I'm being told of time, and I said I'll just mention about the election management bodies, but the research also covers election observers. And one thing that I'll mention about election observers is that when they do observe elections, there's that mismatch between what kind of data or what kind of component that they should observe in election, especially as our election management or processes change with time as we adopt more technologies. The election management bodies also have, plus also observers, haven't also found ways in which they can share data for election observers to observe the integrity process of the elections. And in some countries, this is taking place yet, but I don't think they've really found a way. But for example, in Kenya, still election observers get results the way the public also get results. So there's not much interrogation about the election process itself. I think I'll stop there, Andret.
Thanks very much, Liz. And just a quick follow-up question on that, because I've heard from election observers and the institutions that sent delegations to observe elections in Africa that they don't have the capacity, that they realize that they have to extend their observation in order to assess whether an election is free and fair to the online space. But they find it very difficult to do that. They don't have the resources, they don't have the techniques to do that. Is that something that will also be covered in your research?
Yeah, that is something that is going to be covered in the research. But the point that I really wanted to make, I don't know whether it came clear, is that the elections observers themselves need to observe the election right from before voting, to after voting itself. But usually, when the results are keyed in, then the thing becomes opaque, and there are legal questions, issues of legality on who should access what system for elections data verification. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Liz. And I'm sorry to cut you short, but I want to help Celine by making sure we finish at the original time we were supposed to finish. And also, I know everyone's tired and needs a coffee break. But let's open the floor. I see Maha, Honorable Koroni. Let's start with you, Maha, and then we'll go to Honorable Masani.
Thank you, Andret, and thank you for the speakers. And of course, Guy, but unfortunately he's not here. His presentation is really good. We would love to have it, Celine, please. My question is about data sovereignty and the problem about having data as a public good and the data sovereignty in most of the countries, not just in our countries. And I think the African countries are more, I cannot say, but they are more closed on the data. You are talking about access to information. We don't have even a legislation for access to flow of information or the free access of information. So let alone having an access to data, which I don't think that we will not have anything like that in the near future. And most of the entities, not just governmental entities, even the private sector, they feel that they own this data and they don't want to share it. And what is in it for me? We have to give them some kind of incentive or anything that when they share the data or give us the access to data, they will benefit out from it by way or another. So how can we deal with this dilemma? Thank you.
Thanks, Maha. Honorable Koroni.
Merci, Ariette. Merci pour la présentation. Je vais parler en français. Moi, j'ai deux préoccupations. La première, c'est sur la connectivité. Je viens d'un pays qui est très vaste, 1,211,000 km². Le problème de connectivité aujourd'hui.
Just pause a minute. I want to make sure we have the right channel for the interpretation.
Yeah, it seems to be on.
Interpreters, are you there? Okay. I can't hear them.
Perhaps to the technical team. Yes, perfect. Thank you.
I can? OK. Merci beaucoup. Donc, je disais que moi, je viens d'un pays vaste qui a une superficie de 1,211,000 km². Le problème de la connectivité est quand même un défi très important. Cette connectivité, généralement dans nos pays, il y a trois contraintes qui font qu'on n'a pas cette connectivité. D'abord, la superficie, le territoire est très vaste. C'est pourquoi, d'ailleurs, quand on fait des comparaisons que je vois parfois sur le net par rapport au taux de pénétration d'Internet, la comparaison, le Rwanda ne fait même pas 1/20 de la superficie de mon pays. Donc, je pense qu'il faut tenir compte de la réalité. Dans vos recherches, je pense qu'il faut penser à ce problème de connectivité qui a trois contraintes. D'abord, le problème de la superficie du territoire. Le problème d'énergie. Parce que même si on veut se connecter, s'il n'y a pas d'électricité, on ne peut pas se connecter. Et le problème de sécurité. Le cyberterrorisme, le terrorisme lui-même, en tant que tel, dans le Sahel, tout le monde sait ce qui se passe aujourd'hui. Ça, c'est ma première préoccupation. Donc, un défi sur ces trois choses. Par rapport à la deuxième préoccupation, c'est la souveraineté des données. La plupart du temps, bon, moi je suis informaticien, donc j'ai travaillé dans beaucoup de pays avec des équipes qui ont fait confectionner des fichiers biométriques. La confection du fichier biométrique, parfois, il y a une complicité entre les gouvernants et l'opérateur. Généralement, le gouvernement qui a fait confectionner le fichier, dans la plupart de nos pays, je n'ai pas dit dans tous les pays, c'est lui qui gagne les élections parce qu'il y a eu une complicité, il y a eu une fraude qui a été organisée, vraiment qui n'est pas transparente. Donc, moi, je pense que ces deux défis sont des choses sur lesquelles vous devrez vous pencher. Et je voulais savoir comment pensez-vous que les pays africains peuvent venir à bout de ce. En dehors du Sénégal aujourd'hui, qui a démontré sa capacité vraiment par rapport à la démocratie, qui n'a pas de problème en termes de gestion de données, je ne vois pas quel est le pays. Actuellement, les élections sont en cours de préparation au Ghana, on a entendu, ou en Côte d'Ivoire. La révision du fichier électoral est devenue un problème. Moi, je veux savoir comment vous voyez l'avenir de cette gestion des élections démocratiques dans notre continent. Merci.
Trust Honorable Karoni to ask a really difficult, big picture, future-oriented question. Any other questions before I give to the panel? I don't see other hands here right now. I see Honorable Safari and Mabinti. Is it similar questions or should we let different questions? Okay, so let's hear a response to these first and we'll do another round. Sandra, do you want to try that particularly? Well, go ahead. We'll take Sandra and then Liz, and I will add.
Okay, thank you, Honorable, for that question. I think one of the biggest challenges that we have in Africa is a lack of that foundational infrastructure that you're speaking of. We have a lot of load shedding and power cuts in different countries. We have no access to data for a lot of the individuals in Africa from different reasons, spanning from no connectivity or not being able to use the internet because they don't have the knowledge of it or the digital skills of using the internet, and also the high data costs and devices of using the internet. So I think you're correct in saying that we don't have that foundational infrastructure for us to even think about the data sharing. On top of this, we have different data protection laws in Africa. Countries have different data protection laws, those 36 African countries that do have these laws. And they're often fragmented in the sense that we can't then share that data amongst African countries in the collaborative and public interest value that we envision for Africa. And one of the promising things that we have at the table right now is the African free trade, the African continental free trade area, with the adoption of the AFCFTA protocol on digital trade. We have seen this instrument as trying to be progressive enough to offer solutions to some of these problems that you have just spoken of, in terms of harmonizing the different laws that we have on the continent, making sure that if we're going to share data within countries and most importantly across countries, making sure that it is within the required data governance frameworks, referencing to the AU data policy framework, as well as just making sure that those who we do give our data to use it in a manner that respects human rights. And I know there's a clause in the protocol on digital trade that says that African countries still have the right to assess if the cross-border data flows would affect reasons of public interest and wanting to protect that national security that you have just spoken of. And one of the things that we want to propose is for us to produce better data on our African continent,
to be able to inform these electoral processes. Like you've just said, you come from a country where it's big and there's vast land, and it is difficult to get data. And what we are proposing is investing in collecting nationally representative data. And to fund this, we're proposing a 1% contribution from the domain name systems registration fees of all countries. This fund could really help in funding proper data collection in African countries that is of the correct, standardized, and categories that will ensure good quality data that can inform different different policy spaces, especially for you as members of parliament who are in charge of setting the agenda as well as laws. Thank you. Thank you. I think very interesting questions were asked, but also in those questions asked, pertinent issues also came up. And I really don't want to mention countries. There are very many, because African countries are progressing towards more incorporating more technology in their elections. There are issues to deal with where that electoral data is being stored. And it's because in some cases there's no trust in the institution, but also the fact that data centers are physical. And there are cases where data centers have been physically vandalized to get rid of data so that election or even parties that are collecting parallel data from elections are unable to do so. And I think some of these things can be dealt with at a policy level in how we can investigate such crime and even punish such crime. And also at infrastructural level, how are data from data centers going to be mirrored in a way that an attack on one cannot affect the other? There was a question on access to data, and I think one of them, we've been talking about access to data and uneven access to data the whole of this week. Even yesterday, we were presenting how Africans are accessing data. And I think one way we can tackle this is to get correct statistics on how Africans are accessing data, not just from the supply side of it, but also the underlying issues that is making Africans not access this data. Because in some cases, we find that there's coverage, there's mobile coverage, there's internet coverage, but still people are not using data, maybe because affordability reasons, economical reasons, as well as socio-cultural reasons and political reasons as well. Sovereignty, I think it's a very broad issue and I don't have expertise in it, but one thing that I'll say is that sovereignty is very broad. And I think when you talk about sovereignty, we need to be specific on what data and data categorization also. Decide what data do we want to give and who do we want to give it, what data is more sensitive, and how can we protect people as we're sharing data, and also what are we trying to achieve when restricting data as well as allowing data. I think it's a very broad issue that can't be tackled just in a blanket form. It should be very specific. Yeah, that's what I can contribute.
Thanks, Sandra and Liz. I'll just add a little bit to that. I think, well, in response to Maha, I think the African Union data policy framework actually provides a good balance between concern for protection of data and access to data as a public good. And I think that we need to remember that not all data is personal data, and it's possible to have some sovereignty, in other words, some controlled access for African states to data generated by their citizens in their countries, while still also ensuring data flows across borders, which the African Continental Free Trade Area's digital protocol allows us to do, while also having data protection. and protection of privacy. These are not mutually exclusive. I think what happens to us in many contexts is that there are other trends and drives that sometimes distort how we develop policy. So, for example, in Africa, the campaigns and the process of establishing access to information legislation happened a long time ago. It's like nearly 20 years, 15, 20 years ago. But we now have, I think, something like only 20-something countries in Africa with access to information legislation. The drive for data protection legislation started much later. And we now have 33, 34 countries in Africa with data protection legislation. And we have the Malabo Convention. Why? Why did data protection legislation proceed so much more quickly than access to information legislation? Anyone know the answer? GDPR. Because African states, in order to trade with Europe, needed to have data protection legislation that's compliant with European General Data Protection legislation. So it means that we're developing our policy ecosystems in a distorted way, because actually data protection legislation and access to information legislation are two sides of the same coin. We need both, and we need regulators that can implement them fairly. And I think this is where the role of parliamentarians so important, to ensure that legislation is developed in a holistic way to give us a stronger ecosystem, not just this piece of policy here and that piece of policy there. And I think then, just in response to Honorable Karani, I share your concern, and I think this is a challenge again for MPs, but for all of us. We tend to, in the internet governance sector, move from one challenge and opportunity to another without actually finishing what we started with the Africa Information Society initiative in the 1990s, which was to have sufficient national electricity and internet backbone and infrastructure so that there's a baseline of digital equality where all our citizens can have at least some form of access. Are we talking about that at the African IGF? Barely. A little bit, but not a lot. We're talking about AI, we're talking about data. And I think that's a challenge. We cannot ignore emerging issues, but if we do not actually attend to the basic issues, we're just not going to reap the benefit of digitalization if we don't have more equality. But I've taken too much time here. So Safari, Honorable Safari and Mabinti, please let's have your questions.
Thank you first, because Ariette, I think you have answered my question before even I ask it. It was about the balance between data protection and data access, because maybe I didn't hear well Mr. Guy when he put together the data protection and the data from a policy framework from the AU. I was thinking there was maybe some kind of a conflict between those two policy, but it's just a matter of getting the right balance between the two. But I would like also to add on something on data sovereignty. I think when we speak about data sovereignty, we have also to speak about data localization, ownership, and equality. Localization, because many of those big data machine, AI, they are processing data. They are making a lot of money from data coming from Africa, but the revenue out of that data, we are not sharing those revenue with those big data company. If a company like Google is making a lot of money on like data localization for the Google map, we are giving data when you are moving around the city, so they can be able to sell their product, giving a geolocalization, but the benefit, the profit will go maybe in the US or in the Ireland where the company is registered. We need to have a way to data to be localized. It was generated from where, and revenue be shared with the owner of those data. That's where maybe if we can reach that level, many of the countries we are pushing for data sovereignty protection, they may find a way to at least to release, because many of them, they want to protect the data because they think they are making, company are making a lot of money, but they are not sharing the revenue. Another thing was the equality. I think data is data. If it's 1 byte, it's 1 byte in the US, it's 1 byte in Kenya. So I don't know if we can take example from Twitter. I hear a lot of complaints from Twitter people, young people from Kenya, who are complaining that they can have a lot of impression in terms of publication, but they are getting paid even 10% less than the one in the US. A Twitter user will have a million of impression in Kenya, getting paid $20, but a user will have only 100 impression in the US, getting paid $1,000. In something we have also to speak about data equality on that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Safari. Mabinti.
Good afternoon again. Of course, I'm Honorable Mabinti from Sierra Leone, and presenters Liz, Sandra, and Guy. Thanks so much for the presentation. Of course, as someone who came from a small country like Sierra Leone, and we had data problems in terms of elections for our last elections. So I had in Guy's presentation, he spoke about Association of African Election Authority guidelines. So why am I interested in this one? It's the simple fact that in our past elections, we had so many problems in terms of data accessibility, because the Elections Authority could not even release disaggregated data in terms of voter registration, neither did they release the elections results. So there was this fight between the elections body and the opposition and other observers. So my question here is, how are these guidelines enforceable to member states that are in the Association of African Elections Authority? Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Mabinti. Sandra and Liz, let's hear your responses and then we'll close our session.
For those two questions, I will talk about the data localization on the African continent. I think you're very right in saying that we need to be able to have data localization policies that are progressive for Africans, making sure that the data that is collected here in Africa, in terms of whether it's data collected from different platforms, online, on Twitter, that it is hosted here in Africa for us to be able to protect our data sovereignty. I think what we need to do as Africans is to make sure that the progressive policies from the AU data policy framework, we manage to look at our data protection laws that we have in different African countries to see how we can implement those progressive laws on data localization and sovereignty in our different data protection laws to make sure that we are able to harmonize the laws that we have. And if we're going to trade our data within Africa, there can be those trusted, I want to talk about the concept of adequacy. African countries can be able to trust that another African country has the adequate protection to be able to protect the data that we have. Yes.
On data localization, I think we all know a story of a country which held its elections data in a foreign country, and there was a court process. When they were trying to access this data, it was very, very challenging, and there are very clumsy excuses for it. The country where it was holding the data, the people who were contracted saying that they're in nighttime, the staff are not working, or they're not standby and things like that.
Which country? We have Chatham House rules here. You can tell us which country.
I think. Yeah, I also don't want to be attacked outside this building. If you give me freedom after speech. Yeah. So I think it still lies with us because I think we don't trust our own election management bodies and even other institutions that support it to actually give us a good elections, a trusted, fair election. So we have trust issues, and even not just even with the data itself, the credibility itself, but even with our own institutions. I don't know how we are going to tackle this because these things seem so interrelated in how we even appoint the data protection commissioners, the data governance, even the data governance bodies, and all that. And from the research and most of the interviewees that we actually interviewed, they report that this is a very big issue in how even people use data and even how they give out data. You find that in many scenarios, most data commissioners are political appointees. And even when they are not political appointees, when the government changes, the whole structure changes, both the infrastructure, technical infrastructure itself, it changes because the government has a different agenda, and even the political composition of that institution also changes. So these are fundamental issues that I think we need to discuss further to find the underlying, how to tackle the underlying challenges of data localization itself, because it's not just about the technical capacity of it, but also the political implication. Who has more power over the other, and things like that. I think that's what I'll respond to.
Thanks very much, Liz. And I think just to summarize there, I think, and maybe to add to the issue of data localization, is that trust becomes essential, and trust in human rights protections as well. Trust that data that is held of a personal nature in a country is not going to be unduly made available inappropriately without transparency to state authorities, for example. So I think I mean, for me, the strength of this is that all the challenges that we've talked about, which is the harmonization of policy and regulation, having legislation that allows localization, sovereignty, but also protection of personal data and looking at data as a public good, and the institutions themselves, the integrity and capacity of the data protection authorities, of the information regulators. All of this is something that parliaments can do a lot about. So I think this doesn't mean your task is very easy, but I really think you are so strategically located to play a role in making sure that these different processes are developed in a way that doesn't just achieve one more piece of policy or one more institution, but that contributes to an ecosystem where we are able to both protect data when it needs to be protected, but make it available when it needs to be made available. So thanks very much for the opportunity to partner with you on behalf of the African School on Internet Governance. Thanks to Research ICT Africa and to Celine, and thanks to the hardworking members and honorables in the room.
We would go now for 20 minutes coffee break and come back for our last session of the day. Thank you so much.
It's the same code. It's just going to mobile. Are you breaking now or later? No. We managed to cut some time out. Not enough. And Sandra, this was very nice. I thought that you did a very nice. The guy's presentation was just right. I'm going to use the red because I'm old.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the last segment, I would assume, last session for the day. It's been a long day, I would assume. So we'll just, without further ado, we go straight in and maybe start the conversations. We will be speaking about advancing data governance in Africa, looking at it from a legislative perspective and how we can help. My name is Joshua, and I'm a junior policy advisor with the Data Spatial Program, which is also the Data Governance Initiative Program in GIZ. And I will be having two people speak with me, and the idea is that we would have it as a fireside chat, and every member of parliament and other observers are free to join in, mostly members of parliament. That way we can be able to contribute to the discourse. I would invite over to the stage David Karunda, who is a policy advisor for the Data Spatial Program. And I also invite onto the stage Honorable Shaib, who also is a member of parliament for Nigeria as a senator. And we would steer the conversation and hoping that we would have input. Then we also would love to have Mama Mary, which is Mary Duma, on the stage. She would speak on behalf of the private sector, and that way we're able to have a balanced stage. So maybe before, as she comes, yeah, you come up. I would give a few minutes discussion on what we plan to achieve by the end of this section. Is we have been working for the past couple of months in the region to harmonize data governance. And by harmonizing, I mean is we try to support the African Union via a fund from the European Union to see how we can be able to see if every country has some limit of harmonization when it comes to the data policies or data governance, infrastructure, or architecture. So what we'll be discussing about today is to see how our different countries, might be Nigeria, might be Niger, might be Malawi or Egypt, how we can all work together to come to some level of agreement to some harmonization or utopia too, sorry. And we will be getting the perspective of everyone. Maybe we'll start by introducing by each panelist speaking, and maybe they introduce themselves and then speak about what we understand by how the legislators can also play a role in framing the discourse when it comes to data governance. So how can legislators play the role in helping us harmonize data governance in the region? Maybe we start with Honorable Shaib.
Thank you, Joshua, and good afternoon, everybody. My name is Senator Shoaib Afolabi Salisu. I chair the Nigerian Senate Committee on ICT and Cybersecurity, and also double as the chairman of the West African Parliamentarian Network on Internet Governance, and I'm extremely delighted to be here. I think first and foremost, we also need to recognize the importance of data. Data is the new currency, and data is not only essential for planning purposes, data will also facilitate trade and commerce and industry, not just across Africa, across the globe. Data is also a source of national competitiveness, and it also poses some vulnerability to cybersecurity and those other threats. So data is extremely very important. So when we talk about governance of data, we're not only talking about data protection, about privacy, we're also talking about access to data and data also for development. And if you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, a number of the SDG goals are linked to data. Little wonder then that the Global Data Compact emphasizes the importance of data to the attainment of some of the SDG goals. So if I were to share some of the perspective from Nigeria, for a long time as well, we also didn't have any enabling act for data governance in Nigeria. But luckily enough, last year, about a year ago, we had a new law, Nigeria Data Protection and Privacy Act, that also established a commission and a council for data governance in Nigeria. And part of the process is to create awareness about data governance, to create an enabling environment, and to also build capacity. So part of the things that that organization is doing now is to build capacity, not just in public sector, but also in private sector organizations. And as I mentioned earlier on, that has also created opportunity for our young people to become data protection officers, to be employed, just like you have internal auditors, for them to also be employed in private organization and government organization. Why do we think this is important? This is important because we believe you cannot have a very vibrant and digital economy if you don't take up two things. Number one, cybersecurity. The number two is data governance. Now, for these two, we already have, as I mentioned earlier on, a data governance act in place that was as recent as about a year ago. And luckily enough, it has also borrowed largely from some of the conventions and some of the protocols, and we benefited from the experiences of other organizations that have had Data Governance Act. The second thing is also that we have a Cyber Security Act also in place. So having put this in place, and we're also complementing these initiatives with capacity building. The next thing we are doing now, and as a bill in the National Assembly, is National Digital Economy and E-Governance Bill. And the essence of this is to leverage these existing acts and to also encourage digitization of government services. Because we cannot have a very vibrant AI strategy if we also don't have very good data governance platform for it. So we have an act in place. We have both for data governance and cybersecurity. We're moving to create another act for National Digital Economy and E-Governance Bill. And why this is important is because if you do not have the legislation in place, the environment will be very fluid, and then there'll be uncertainty. What are the challenges that we have seen and which we believe we can also share experiences? I think there's a great deal of cynicism between the civil society more often than not and the government. So what we have done is to ensure that citizens generally don't trust the government. They don't trust politicians in particular. And you cannot enact laws that will have wide applicability if you don't carry the stakeholders along with you. So we saw that as a problem. And that's why in all of what we do now, even as we speak now for the National Digital Economy and E-Governance Bill, we're going around all the 36 states of the Federation. And we are going around getting the stakeholders into a room from the private sector, from the public sector, from the civil society organization, from those that will be impacted with the new law, including organized private sector. So number one is very effective engagement of the stakeholders. The second thing we also see, and I say this with profound respect to some of my colleagues who are legislators, is also the lack of capacity among the legislators. We're extremely very lucky in Nigeria. I chair the Senate Committee on ICT and Cybersecurity. I am an IT practitioner of over 35 years. My colleague in House of Representatives is also an IT practitioner for over 35 years. So we have brought those skills and expertise into our work. But a number of legislators, most of the time, they also do not have a full appreciation of what they want to legislate on. So they're in a hurry to get as quickly past the process as possible. So the second thing we have also seen is that of capacity building. So what we have done as chairman of the respective committees in the National Assembly is also to build the capacity of our members for them to understand what data governance is all about, what cybersecurity is all about, what impact artificial intelligence would bring into being. Lastly, it's also ensure that we build a bridge between us, legislators, and the executive arm of government that will implement the law. And about 2 weeks ago, working with the Office of National Security Advisor in Nigeria, as an example, we convey a national cybersecurity workshop. And the essence of that is to let the heads of government agencies to understand what the new law requires of them, and to also let them know that some of the information they keep have become critical national information. And this has been gazetted. So to that extent, both public and private sector organizations, if you are running telcos, your data becomes a critical national information infrastructure. If you're a bank, the customer's database, the financial network becomes critical national information infrastructure. So the role of the legislature in shaping legislation is known, but the way we go about it is what we have tried to. So we have overcome the challenge of ineffective stakeholder engagement. We've spoken about capacity building for legislators, and we have also brought in the executive arm of government so that
We just do not make laws that will be in vain. We make the laws, but those who want to implement the law must fully understand the intent of the legislature and also be on the same page with us. I think I'll stop at that for now.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. I would want to move to David to ask a very important question. Thanks so much, Senator, for giving us the three items we should look at. And we will come to the floor and maybe ask the members of parliament very soon what they also feel like are challenges that is stopping the harmonization. But David, if you can help us with this, for the last couple of months, the team has been working on the harmonization and data governance framework all over the continent. And I want to maybe hear what the challenges have been. And now we have the members of parliament in the House. How can they help out? Most especially looking at the concept of maybe cross-border data flows and maybe digital innovation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies. As Joshua had introduced me, I work with him in GIZ as a data policy advisor. And in the data governance initiative in Africa this year, we've made some progress working with national sort of governments, but also worked with a few of regional economic communities, specifically the Economic Community for West African States, ECOWAS, East African Community, EAC, and recently the Southern Africa Development Community as well. And one of the key things that we've been doing and now we want to replicate to other RECs is what we've done in EAC. We've had 3 knowledge exchanges which bring together various stakeholders from the government in terms of ministries, but also from authorities responsible for data protection, data governance, and everything, to just come together in a region to have these conversations peer-to-peer on what the current processes, what are the current challenges, but also the prospects really of uniting in terms of regulatory environments for cross-border data transfer and everything. And I think what we've learned, one is inadequate sort of level of skills and capacity at member state to really have that like long-term vision in the benefits of really balancing data protection and data governance. However, we find, for example, in some of the regional blocks, EAC, for example, they're keen now on enabling cross-border payments. And I think you can't go to do this in practical until you have the right regulations. And so this limits because, again, not every country has the right sort of minimum adequate sort of conditions and context to have such transfers in place. However, another challenge that we see is that in regimes, most of the countries really focus on data localization. And I think one of the key things we've been trying for almost a year now is really how do we redefine things like sovereignty when it comes to data governance, data protection? How do we learn to just demystify such things? And to do that, we had a delegation visit in September where, together with people from the African Union and regional economic communities, we facilitated a knowledge exchange with their counterparts from European Commission. And what we learned is that as much as, yes, we are maybe on this journey now of domestication and harmonization of the AU data policy framework, we have the digital trade protocol and everything. I think what's critical is really how do we move from protecting data to putting safe conditions so that we can enable secure data transfers and flows, however, also promote investment in infrastructure so that people have the access to data, they can store data, they can use it, and really being empowered to look more at how innovation can really be promoted through data. And these challenges still exist, especially in RECs. And so we hope that through knowledge exchanges and really the work we do with member states and some of these RECs, and hopefully more, is that we'll really bring these voices together from various stakeholders to look at the benefits that we stand to gain. And I think in particular case for SADC, they were really reflecting on how during COVID, they had, I think, a mechanism that allowed truck drivers to really cross borders and share that information across. However, that momentum was lost after the COVID pandemic ended. And so how do we really move ahead despite lack of crisis and everything to really focus on these conversations and enabling such use cases so that eventually our citizens, the regulators and everyone can really see the tangible benefits of such development. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thanks, David, for the insight on the the work of the team, at least so that it gives an insight to what we're doing in the region and also in terms of cross-border data flows. I will move to Mama Mary, and from the perspective of someone who has been in the space for a very long time, my question to you will be a bit simpler but hard, but is what do you think that we are doing wrong? What do you think we're doing right over time in terms of data governance as a whole, and also maybe in terms of what you have seen in terms of cross-border data flows, in terms of the initiatives also might be good.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, all. I hope we will not be praying as we go on with this session. And I would like us to be very, very active. Straight to your question, what we have been doing right or what we have been doing wrong. The truth is that I am not sure we have been holding conversation with the right people that do take decision when it comes to either data flow or cross-border data flow, or those that do legislation. Skills, capacity and capacitation is the watchword that we have said, but I don't know how much we have been doing that. Sometimes initiative is established and the programs are run, but I don't know whether we get the right people to be at that program, because you send a memo or an invitation to a country and you discover that probably it goes to the minister, right? The minister would send whoever, especially when it comes to a travel thing, it might not be the right person, the right desk officer that will understand what we are talking about, that will go for that program. At the end of the day, you have spent money, you have spent energy, you have built all sorts of programs and framework you wanted to pass across. And these conversations, these information and messages will not get to where it's supposed to. So we should look at that and think out of the box. Are we really getting the people that are supposed to listen to us in a regional initiative or as a development partner, whether you're getting the right people? That's one bit of it. The second bit of it is that we have individual legislations in our country, and we have our different perspectives. We have our sensitivities, and when we come up with a blanket program or policy, and we develop the AU data protection framework. Who developed the framework? Was it a top-down process or a bottom-up process? And at the end of the day, it will gather dust on our shelves, and the legislators will not be able to pass or domesticate it in our countries. So it becomes a problem. So that's one of the things we need to look at. And I'm happy that we are talking to legislators in Africa, and the buck stops on your table to be able to say we are adopting what AU have developed. We are adopting what West Africa, ECOWAS has adopted. So the regional coordination, the regional alignments are very, very critical. So that when you get back, it will not just be what you don't know it. So, but now you are getting to know. So when you get back to your committees, the committees will be looking at what is it that we can do to be able to make sure that we have these legislations or these policies or this framework adopted in our country. Does it mean it's good for us, or is just for the generality of the people? And as private sector, the private sector people need to trust what you are doing. And when there is no trust, then it becomes a problem, because they are not sure what you want to do. When we wanted to privatize telecom in Nigeria, right? The investors, they were telling us that they want certainty of what they are doing. It's not today you have a legislation or a bill or a regulation. Tomorrow you move the goalposts of the legislation. And this is the trust that the private sector is looking out to, so that whatever piece of legislation or a regulation that is coming out from any country, that they will be able to play without difficulties. They need trust. So I don't know whether we are building that enough trust. And all of a sudden, there was a slam, or was it Google or Meta, that they slammed $200 and something million in Nigeria. For what? Is it something they knew about or something that had just started? And so there are some unintended consequences of such slam, and they may pay it. But the truth is that if it is for a smaller organization, that because you develop a data protection law, that smaller organization is fined 50% or 80% of its profit, then they'll go out of business. So that will be unintended consequences. So we should look at our fine, what's it called, the fine we propose for bridges, and see whether it is commensurate to the breach or to the what's it called, offense. And when the money is paid, who takes the money? Would we get to the victim, assuming that it was a family or a business or a community that their data was breached? Would the money come back to them? Who would take the money? What do you do with the money? So those are questions that you as legislators, we want to tell you that you look at, these laws we are passing, these when you have fines, when you have what's it called, fines that or levies that you are imposing on bridges, what the other side of the coin, what happens? And again, the business sector want to be sure that when they move from Nigeria to Niger, to Burkina Faso, to South Africa, to Kenya, that they will not start afresh to process, that piece of or the legislation, or having compliance issues. Is there any way that the regional initiatives or national initiative would pair with other? Is there a peer review mechanism that we are putting into it so that it will bring businesses to our country? I don't think we want to make legislation to push businesses out of our country. I think we want to make legislation to bring businesses into our country. And if we are going to do that, then we'll look at how do we harmonize, just like GIZ has been doing. How do we harmonize? And how do we incentivize countries to be able to accept this, that is for their own good, and not just that you are dropping it over them? Those are things I can say for now, but I'll still make my interventions. So thank you.
Thank you so much. So I want to maybe now throw the floor a bit open to the members of parliament, and to do two things. One is to maybe hear people who have unique situations or scenarios in their countries in terms of the challenges they face in data governance. Two will be also if you have solutions to some of these issues I think we're having in the region. Might be nice for us to draw some wisdom with you on how we can help bridge this process. I am also not to put it that I'm not promising that we are here to support any country in court, but I would say that we have this open process from our team that is, I can also say again on how we are supporting the continent. As of now, we are open to receiving requests from the ministers of technology or digital economy or communication, sending to the African Union Commission, who is chairing this process, to request for support in the different countries on how they can support them on the data governance architectures they have, might be for development of policies, might be for building of capacities. happy to speak with you. Any of us can speak with you. We have Loretta from our team behind, and we have I and David, and we're still around, and we can speak on how this process works. But the key stuff now is to ask maybe members of parliament what you feel are those challenges that you have in the countries in terms of your data governance framework, and also what solutions you think the region can do. And why I say the region is that it's high time we start speaking on how we can collaborate with our neighbors, because then data is, well, I say is useless if it's less in silos, but if there's the use of data, then it's important, you know. And I feel like cross-border data flows is quite something we have seen that is very important. How, for example, how does Kenya work with Rwanda and Tanzania to use the data that happens between them? How does Malawi work with Zambia and maybe South Africa to use the data? How does Chad and Nigeria? How does Chad and Benin? You know, all the stuff. So we need to talk about collaboration. So the question will be, if anybody who wants to take the floor, feel free, and we speak on what you feel are those issues or challenges that we have, and maybe possible solutions would be very great, so that we can take this down and we can also maybe put an action point to it and see how we can work on them on our different walks of life.
Thank you, Chair, for yielding the floor. I am Honorable Adedeji Stanley Olajide, parliamentarian from Nigeria, also representative in the area, because now we realize that, earlier I said it, fiber alone cannot deliver a data penetration we're looking for in Africa. We have to have a total holistic approach in how we can use satellite to cover the entire Africa, owned by Africa. Again, I'm going to stress that. We would like to have a global collaboration to have satellites in orbit owned by Africa to cover the last mile data penetration in Africa. For example, Nigeria. Nigeria can collaborate with Republic of Benin, Niger, Cameroon, Togo. These are all our neighboring countries. We can come together and have a satellite strategy that will cover the entire, even including Sierra Leone, and cover the entire West Africa. South Africa can do the same thing. We can break them up into our different zones where we know the penetration of Africa, because you said we're going to try to make this affordable for Africa. And in order for it to be affordable, you must and should be owned by Africa. So that collaboration in itself, I believe, would help us with all of the digital penetration across the entire Africa. And with that, when we come back here next year or the year after, because it doesn't take a long time to launch these satellites, but if we can come up with something and then have a white paper or have a media briefing and say, yes, we are going to collaborate, I'm sure Nigeria is ready for the collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable John.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. And I think the challenges to mention are challenges that are cross-cutting and challenges that probably will require the collaborations that you're talking about. And the big one for me has to do with what the senator mentioned and what the gracious lady mentioned about capacity. I do not think we have gotten a grasp of how big a capacity problem Africa has. Africa is unique in its history. we have, as a continent, for millennia, known that wisdom, knowledge, technology, and know-how is passed from an older generation to a younger generation. Now we are here in 2024 and finding ourselves in a situation where the young boy is the one teaching the old man how to use the mobile telephone. And that is on the basics only. Now start to imagine about now technology proper. Even just the basics of technology, electronics, microelectronics, go into now the internet, go into coding. And then finally now we are in this space where we are talking about data, artificial intelligence, language models, and AI systems. You can imagine today in a school somewhere in Nakuru in Kenya, there is a young person who is learning in their curriculum how to sharpen a cooking stick in this day and age. This is a young person who will be facing up against a child from Japan or from China who has started coding at the age of 4, for example. And yet we are saying that we want to be in that future with the Chinas of this world, with the Americas of this world, with the now compound it to the level of decision making. What is that capacity that the member of parliament has, the member of county assembly has, in terms of the decisions that need to be made today? And in a situation where we still have the African mindset that I am the one who knows and I should be the one telling the young people, whereas the young people are miles ahead and they're not limited to the parameters that we have always drawn. So we always imagine that a child will know what we train them. Now the child is able to go and get training beyond the family, beyond the school, beyond the social setup. So the capacity problem in Africa is so grand that it might be our first place to start investing in. We've got to imagine to ourselves, if we are talking about the Vision 2063 for Africa, Vision 2030 for Kenya, who is that child that I am producing today to be able to run that eco data center in a few years from today? Today in government, we have bloated governments in Africa. How many of those people in government, in our bureaucracies, in our civil service, can even utilize the basic computer, leave alone make decisions about language models? So capacity needs to be flagged as a key issue in Africa. And then now to find the balance between what we as Africa hold so dear in terms of our values, our ethics, and what we have held on as age-old wisdom, to see where we now balance that with the capacity that we need to build. Solutions? Allow me, if you will, to tell a story. In my gap year, between Form 4 and going to university, I got the opportunity to learn a bit about computers, got my diploma in computing, and then I had to now go to schools and train trainers who can teach the children in those schools. I landed in those schools. I was supposed to train their teachers so that they can teach the children. I was young then, probably the same age as some of the children in high school that time. When I got to that school, because we are thinking it's computers, got the physics teachers, the maths teachers, and got them into a room and started training them on the basics of computers. What we realized is that while the teacher took it as a task, as a chore, the young children were taking it as game, as play. And it did not take weeks for us to realize that these children are learning computers way faster than their teachers will ever do. So I'd been sent there to just teach the teachers so that they can run the center. I ended up staying in that center for 2 years because now I had to train the children, not the teachers. The solution here now is We need to go back to our education system and say to ourselves, what is this that this child is doing in kindergarten? What is this child doing in preschool? What is this child doing in junior high school? And we have to be bold enough to say that we are at a point where it is not the old people writing on a tabula rasa, an empty slate in the next generation. If we do not do that, then we will lose the opportunity, and that child will end up learning beyond the borders of our school, beyond the borders of our family and our society, and that child might end up taking up something that might not be beneficial for Africa, but might end up being detrimental for Africa. So for me, the issue of capacity is mentioned everywhere, but is not taken as seriously as it should. And they say to us, do not tell me what your plans are. Show me your budgets, and I will tell you what your plans are. If we are not investing in training, if we are not investing in capacity building, if we are not bringing up the next generation to do this, we who are seated here are too old already to make the change that we want to make. And I say that with all manner of respect. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for letting us know that we are too old. I'm also very old too. But hoping we can actually make the change. Just to see if there's any more reaction before we. Okay, yes.
Merci beaucoup. Et je voudrais dire que les précédents, les intervenants ont pris en compte déjà dans son entièreté tous les défis et proposé quelques solutions. Mais je reviens sur l'intervention de l'honorable tout à l'heure, juste pour compléter, pour dire le satellite pour l'Afrique est une bonne chose. Et c'est du point de vue satellite lui-même qui va prendre en compte les réalités, n'est-ce pas, africaines. Parce que nous avons les réalités qui ne sont pas forcément prises en compte dans les stratégies développées de l'IA. Alors, il a déjà résumé ce que je vais dire pour dire que nous avons beau tout faire, si l'éducation, la sensibilisation n'est pas prise sérieusement en compte, et nous aurons beaucoup de problèmes. Il a dit que nous sommes déjà une génération très vieille, enfin vieille. Et je suis d'accord avec lui. Parce qu'au sein même de nos parlements, et très peu de personnes, à part les basics et tout ce que nous pouvons utiliser, le téléphone et autres, mais quand nous voulons aller en profondeur, beaucoup ne sont pas capables de tenir ce rythme-là. Alors, nous avons besoin que les parlements africains se mettent ensemble pour définir le genre d'éducation, de sensibilisation, parce que nous avons dit que la jeunesse aujourd'hui est plus à même, est très avancée, mais croyez-moi, ce n'est pas toute la jeunesse. Lorsque nous prenons, par exemple, la jeunesse, les jeunes ruraux, et qui ne sont pas forcément allés à l'école, mais qui sont aussi intéressés, parce qu'aujourd'hui, le numérique et l'intelligence artificielle sont tels que tout le monde, ça doit impacter tout le monde si nous voulons combattre tous les défis, la cybercriminalité et les avantages également. Alors, je pense que quel est maintenant le mécanisme, parce que nous avons besoin pour ça, en marge des équipements, beaucoup de fonds, c'est-à-dire un budget. Qu'est-ce que les parlements mis ensemble, parce que nous avons besoin que les parlements se mettent ensemble pour cette question-là. Alors, qu'allons-nous faire? Qu'est-ce que les parlements, quelle stratégie adopter pour mettre les stratégies, les parlements ensemble et pour amener nos gouvernants à trouver les fonds nécessaires, à mettre le budget nécessaire à cette question si fondamentale pour le développement, le renforcement et tout ce que nous avons
énumérés comme défis et avantages. Je vous remercie.
Thanks so much, Honorable Sari. I was going to, at some point, say that if we are speaking about capacity building and training the people, and then there's a conversation of being old, I was going to go with the option of do we want the young people now to come and take over the members of parliament? But then Honorable Adedeji told me the other day that, oh, I saved your name as activist because then you acted as activist. I'm like, okay, I'm not going to go that route today. I would, yes. I was also going to go the route of having Annette speak. And why I before you even raised your hand, I was going to call you out because for the last couple of days, she has been speaking to some of the members of parliament who have been here and trying to do a bit of capacity building that we speak of now. So it might be good to hear from you and maybe the contributions here.
Thanks for that, Josh. I was going to ask a question, but I must say, I think the members of parliament have a lot of capacity already. Maybe I'm saying that because I'm perhaps even older than most of them. But I think, yes, absolutely, you're right. We had this week as a partnership with the UN Parliamentary Track and with GIZ and others, the African School on Internet Governance, which looks specifically at data governance from the perspective of the African continental free trade area and how that harmonizes or perhaps does not sufficiently harmonize with the African Union data policy frameworks. And I think it really highlighted some of the issues that emerged here this afternoon, which is how we need access to data, but we also need protection of data. We need data flows, but we also need data localization. And we need human rights protections, but we also need opportunities for investment and trade. And it is indeed complex to manage all of these. I must say, my sense of the MPs in the room and also their contribution to the practicum output document that we did, which is guidelines on how to harmonize the AUDPF with the digital protocol. I think the MPs are really well equipped to do this work. And I think their contributions, their analysis, their understanding is, I think, particularly good. So MPs, I don't think you should underestimate your own capacity and your own knowledge. I think I felt that you really grasp some of these complexities. Maybe there are lots of constraints, institutional constraints at the level of the executive. But I feel, my sense certainly is that the MPs are sufficiently empowered, and I think we expect great results from you. But my question was going to be to you, Josh. Now that the Malabo Convention has been ratified, do you feel, have you done, and having worked so closely with the African Union on developing the African Union data policy framework, do you think there's a need to amend Malabo to be more consistent with the African Union data policy framework? Is there a need for harmonization there? Or can they operate in parallel to one another? Because they do also play slightly different roles. So I just wanted to know what the plan is there and where are we going with the Malabo Convention? What do you feel are the next steps that we should be undertaking, either in terms of implementation, domestication, and amendment?
This is where I want to invoke the Chatham House rules because I said that you asked the question, so I need to answer freely. Adil would have been the best person to answer this question, and he was here this morning. But since he's not here, as their partners, I will try to answer as best as we can. One is the ratification from member states. As of today, there's still low turnout in terms of how many member states that have ratified. I know there's if I use the word a new kid in the block, there's a new country that has just ratified now. And I feel that that has been one of the key conversations since after the AUDPF, where we had a conversation with our partner this year, and the conversation of, is it time now to maybe try to work on amending the Malabo Convention, which the team from the AU is pushing for. I know we did suggest that we keep a hold till sometime around next year, and we can have this conversation again. So I won't say there's a firm conversation of if we're going to start next year, but I know that this is something that everyone is speaking about now. We know about it. We're planning to see what kind of resource we can put into it. But then the key stuff is most of even the MPs in this room, Nigeria specifically, also hasn't ratified. Sorry, honorables, I'm putting you on the spot. Haven't ratified the Malabo Convention. So the question is, what's the probability that when there's a new one, member states will still ratify this? But for the AEDPF, the easiest part of it is because the AEDPF, which is the African Union Data Policy Framework, which is meant to be a guideline for member states on how to set up their data policy act or their strategies. Since it's not a binding document, it gives it has an advantage and also a bit of disadvantage, but it gives people the leeway to choose, what are those things that we want to go with. Do we want to go with sovereignty, as David said in the beginning, or do we want to go with localization, as you said when you're speaking? But as a country, the Malabo Convention will say, oh, let's stick to this as a continent. But the DPF makes it flexible in that scenario. What do you want to build data centers to hold your data, or do you want to put them on the cloud? So the DPF makes it very flexible, and that's why as of today we have somewhere around 13 countries that are currently trying to work on their framework to make it the AU DPF friendly. And as of yesterday, which is where I was coming from this morning, ECOWAS officially now has a new Data Protection Act, Personal Data Protection Act, which will be signed by the members of states next year. It was just validated last week, and it's now in accordance with the recommendations of the AEDPF. EAC now also has a framework that also aligns with the AEDPF, and I think David has been working with SADC now, which will start somewhere around next year, to align that. We are going from the regional perspective, but because it's the DPF, it's easy to work with. But the fear also is that, which is a conversation we're having, if we work on the Malabo, what's the possibility that member states will, rectify at this point? But yes, it's a conversation ongoing, and it's something that I think everyone wants to do. I don't know if someone has a reaction.
Well, I'd like to thank you, and I also like to thank the faculty or the Vice Chancellor of African School of Internet Governance for that. Thank you so much for what you have done in the last 1 week. I think we are going in the right direction. For me, what seems to be very obvious to me is that each sub-region seems to be going at a different pace. Mm-hmm. And I say this with some sense of fulfillment that ECOWAS seems to, more often than not, seems to be ahead. And therefore, my thoughts moving forward are about 2 or 3 suggestions. Number one, my first charge will be to my colleague parliamentarians. We're here and we have listened to all that needs to be done. I think when we go back to our various countries, we need to engage the leadership of our various parliaments to make the issue of dialogue governance a priority. It's not sufficient to attend a conference or a program of this nature and there's no follow-up. For instance, a colleague and myself, we're not only just going to present a report, we are going to move motions. And then that will ensure that data governance and indeed all other issues that we are discussing here receive attention of leadership. And we're also going to ensure that the agency that will supervise their budget for 2025, they prioritize some of these issues. We don't want to come to a conference again and they will lag behind Kenya. No, or Egypt, or South Africa. These are 4 countries in Africa that have made us to be proud, and we want Nigeria to continue to maintain. And I'm using it to also challenge other parliamentarians, either from Malawi to Niger to Zimbabwe. Let's go back home and ensure that we put all of the issues we have learned on the front burner in our various legislatures. The second thing I also like to suggest to all the partners, APC, GIZ, IGF, let us also begin to identify some oases of excellence. If Kenya is number 1 in terms of the digitization of government processes, let's hold at Kenya. If Nigeria has a more robust cybersecurity act, let's hold at Nigeria. If South Africa has better data protection, data governance acts, let's hold it out. And whatever that does is that it engenders healthy rivalry amongst the nations. And secondly, I would like to see a situation where parliamentarians begin to exchange visits among themselves. Let parliamentarians from Nigeria go to Niger Republic as an example and see what those things they are doing there that we can borrow. Let parliamentarians from Sierra Leone also go to Ghana across there and see what Ghana is doing. Let's begin to have our own continentally developed benchmark or indices that will say that, oh, this country is ahead in this area, and therefore let other countries begin to emulate it. I think that the second point for me that I would like also emphasize. The final one is it is nice to have this conversation at continental level. Let's go back to our sub-region, but more importantly, let's also go back to our various countries and begin to organize national awareness, national workshops.
What are those treaties? What are those conventions that Nigeria has not ratified that we believe it's important to ratify? Let's begin to have some of those issues that are outstanding, that require ratification, whether Malabo Convention, whether Budapest Convention, what are those issues that require the intervention of legislators, that we can put pressure on the executive to say, we just came back from a program in Addis Ababa, and we understand Nigeria has not ratified this. What is delaying the ratification? Let's begin to have the conversation around that, so that every time we meet, there's a sort of traction, a sort of progress. We can know that, oh, this 13th IGF, we have achieved something better than the 12th IGF. When next we meet at the next IGF, we can begin to report progress. And finally, for me from this end, you know, we are politicians and we have an election cycle. And sometimes it's important to work with that election cycle. And I'll give an example. One of my very good friends and brother, that most of you know, is Sam George. Sam George has been very active both in APNIG and WAPNIG. But Sam George is not here today because there's a general election in December in Ghana. And you can only be part member of APNIG or WAPNIG if you are elected. So let us also be very conscious of the electoral cycles in different countries. So whatever we need to push through, when the legislators that are passionate about them are still within the legislature, that is the time I think we can get the very best out of it. Otherwise, we are going to have the same cycle all over again, fresh people coming, trying to understand what the issues are, and before you know it, the election cycle is gone. And it's a matter of brief response. Madam Mary mentioned about the fine imposed on the Charter House or Meta in Nigeria. I won't elaborate except to say it took 38 months before the Federal Consumer Protection Council came to that conclusion. It took 38 months. And we must also be very careful. We must hold the big tech accountable the same way they are accountable in their home countries. They can't come to Nigeria. What did we find in Nigeria? They were using different data protection, data privacy rules in Nigeria, different from what they were doing in Europe. They were appropriating the consumer data the way they will not do so in Europe. It's not only Nigeria that find them. Turkey find them 1.2 billion lira. They were also cautioned in Brazil. And as we speak, they are also under investigation in South Africa. So why we will encourage big tech to come to Africa? They can't come to Africa and begin to use different rules of engagement, different from what they would use in their country. We want to welcome them. We want to welcome their business, and we want to collaborate with them. But they must also respect the sovereignty and to also ensure that the same rules of engagement that they apply in their home countries are also applicable in Nigeria. Parliamentarian jobs are called for us, and I think when we go back home, let's begin to move from initiative to initiative.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I think when you touched on knowledge exchanges, I just wanted to sort of bring this to highlight. So on top of having knowledge exchanges in EAC, where we really value the sort of safe space for conversations, we're also looking to do the same in ECOWAS and SADC. However, we also have another format of knowledge exchanges, which just started this month. So they're virtual, and we do them on quarterly basis on these topics that we really need to understand. So the first one was on really understanding data localization and data sovereignty. And I think it went for about 2 hours. I think we came with sort of a better understanding. And these are things that we're really happy to sort of will bring together various people so that we can really move ahead in these conversations and build each other in terms of sharing knowledge, perspectives, and really knowing concretely where we're heading. But also we have now supported an organization called Impact Alliance, where they have a program called Africa Data Leadership Initiative. Other partners as well are supporting them. And what they do really is they invite countries into cohorts. And a particular cohort from a country will comprise of people from the public sector, from the private sector, CSO, and local tech sector in that particular country. And normally it's about 5 to 6 countries. And they go through the journey together of really, it's based on a data policy framework, but also really looking at topical issues, cross-border data transfers and things like that, especially in the world now of digital trade. And we know all the annexures that are being developed at the moment. So really talking, or rather, having these conversations at a very safe space to share knowledge and normally pairing countries that are way ahead in terms of this journey, but also those that are really embarking on it now and maybe somewhere midway, so that there's a good mix as well of peers who come in to learn together. So some of these are some of the formats that we really do in terms of knowledge exchange, and we hope to still continue to do them. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe ask for last words from Mary, since everyone has given the last words. I promised Selena I was going to be done by 5:20, so I want to keep to it. So maybe 1 minute.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your great contributions. I can see that we're interested in capacity development, catch them young, since we have the young population in Africa. Let's change our school curriculum. That's what I heard from the Kenyans. And I want to say that if the Africa free trade processes initiative succeed in Africa, succeed for us, we need to look at our data protection, our data cross-border data flow, because Conga is from Nigeria, is a Nigerian business, and if he has a business here in Ethiopia, I think he should be able to have data flow from Nigeria to Ethiopia and vice versa. And we just have to do something about it. And I also want to toe the line that the senator has said. Please, when we get to our national, our countries, if you need us to have a webinar or a national something that we can do on a quarterly basis on capacity building, to make sure that you who have received the information training from the prof Ariet, then you become the prof in your country to train others. The members of your committee, both in Nigeria, we have two houses, so 2 of them come together if we want to do it on a quarterly basis or on a half-yearly basis, so that by the time we come back next year, we'd have had something to report on. And we want to report on something by next year. And if you need I think GIZ, if I'm not speaking for you, there are partners that will be able to help. So let those partners, I know that you don't have all the resources, but I would also encourage you, when you are drawing your budget for 2025, if you have not done that, or 2026, please bear in mind that you need to build the capacity of yourself, the people you work with in your community, in your committees. And again, please employ the young people, the smart ones. Let them do the research for you. Put a budget for them to do research for you on this. And then when we do this training, I think we should become a group or alliance or coalition that will be the mouthpiece, will be the evangelist for other countries that have not come to receive this knowledge I think the IPU or in the African Parliamentarian Union. So this information will spread, and as it continues to spread, I can see that whenever there's a regional or sub-regional or continental convention or policy or framework, it will be easier to have it accepted and domesticated than just few people. So let's train more people, because this is not all that we have in Africa. We have more than this in Africa. Let it go around so that we have something growing and brewing. We cannot run away from it. It is here, and it is staring us in the face that we just have to do it. We have to upskill our people, not only their committee members, but the executive as well. We need to upskill them. So if we are going to grade them, we can grade the desk, the managers, and the directors. So in that way, that we would bring to bear what we have been learning and the information we have to help us do our legislative duties when we get back to our chambers. And I just want to thank those of you that have been consistent, and we want this consistency to continue, and we want to see that you get back to us anytime, not only when it's Africa IGF, then we'll see you. Let's get together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just to maybe recap what we have discussed about, so that it forms some part of recommendations that we also can take back home and maybe recap with ourselves. Honorable John spoke about building capacity, that if Africa wants to compete globally, it needs to build the capacity. Honorable Adeji spoke about the fact that, satellite needs to be a basic if we want connectivity to go around the continent, and feeling that fiber optics will do the job all throughout. We had an intervention on building capacity in the local system using the train the trainer program. And then we have this having sub-regional and regional workshop. What I can tell you, and this is as GIZ, we are committed to help out any way we can. We're around, and also it's good that everyone who needs capacity building in your parliament, you can always speak to Anria before she runs away. That way she can also have it in the plan for the school, not just for the school. I feel it's something we can also work on together in a way where we can train the members of parliament, on a local basis, that we feel that this kind of training as much as we can within our TEIs. Thank you so much, and thank you for listening to us speak today, and do have a nice day. Thank you to the panelists also.
Thank you very much to the last panel. And I wanted to sincerely thank also the GIZ for all the support that they are actually providing to the parliamentary track. Without you, it wouldn't be possible to organize this in such a manner. I will not keep you any longer. If the technical team could support with sharing very few slides that I still have on my computer. You have it on your screen. So today is the last session of the regional parliamentary track alongside the African IGF. We're still meeting for a session together with youth tomorrow in conference room 3 at 9 in the morning, shortly before the actual opening of the African IGF. But before letting you go for tonight, I just wanted to give you a short intro, let's say, of what to expect at the global IGF this year. So as you know, we do have various regional IGF parliamentary tracks. We've met at the West African IGF in Dakar earlier this year. Now we're convening at the African IGF. Besides these activities, our secretariat is actually also organizing some others at the Asia Pacific one, Central Asia, Europe, Latin America, and the Caribbean. And just by the way, while these are regional parliamentary tracks, it does not mean that it is only for members of parliaments from, let's say, the Asia Pacific. We do also encourage members of parliaments to also join the other continental parliamentary tracks, because it is a very interesting, experience to do, also to meet the other continents. When it comes now to the annual parliamentary track, we do officially co-organize with the Interparliamentary Union, and we do expect this year over 100 members of parliaments from all over the world to join us. And besides the official co-organization with the Interparliamentary Union, we're also doing it with the Saudi Shura Council. About the IGF 2024 in general, it will take place from the 15th to the 19th of December. We do expect over 5,000 participants, nearly 4,000 already registered. There's always a peak shortly before the conference. We do have a pretty dense schedule with over 300 sessions. Sessions organized by so many different stakeholders on the topics of overarching topic of building our multi-stakeholder digital future, but topics will also include innovation and balancing risks in the digital space, human rights, the digital contribution to peace, development and sustainability, and last but not least, improving digital governance for the internet we want. And while the whole week of the IGF will be from the 15th to the 19th of December, we have dedicated sessions comparable to the ones that we did this today, on the 16th and on the 17th of December, with roundtable discussion in the plenary hall on the 18th of December. And here, just to give you a better overview of what to expect, I highlighted a few sessions of our parliamentary track. For example, a dialogue with Maria Ressa on global cooperation. She is the Nobel Peace Prize winner from 2021 and our IGF leadership panel co-chair. Other than that, there will be a briefing of the high-level representatives of the United Nations. For example, key actors in the Global Digital Compact, the Undersecretary General Amandeep Gill will join us for a short briefing. And same goes for the representative will provide some more information on the upcoming World Summit on the Information Society review process, something happening this year, 2025. All these activities that we've had at the regional activities, at the regional IGFs, we want to feed in discussions into the global narrative. And this is why we have also a dedicated session for the members of our parliament coming and who attended also various regional IGFs, and want to hear what their priorities in the digital sphere are. And we also have, besides the main topic of digital cooperation, we will also have more substantive sessions. Here is an example of collaborative approaches to address online harms. With a multi-stakeholder panel, we will, for example, have the FBI represented. And then also, for example, someone from the technical community will just show how to also have a more collaborative approach when addressing a certain issue, in that case, online harms. And you may perhaps wonder why to participate in the IGF. Enjoy the African IGF for the next 2 days. You can see for yourself what you can get, the networking that you can have with other people, meeting experts, exchange with fellow parliamentarians, engage with all types of stakeholders, and last but not least, create networks. As we've seen, for example, the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance, or the West African one that has been created earlier this year in Dakar. And besides having this interparliamentary cooperation, we also use the IGF as a platform to be involved in other international intergovernmental processes, such as the Global Digital Compact or the WSIS Plus 2020 review, which will be key not only for you, but also for us at United Nations. So I'll stop it here, and perhaps few other words about tomorrow. We will have our session with the youth tomorrow in conference room 3 at 9 in the morning. And then we would encourage you to look at the program of the African IGF, to participate in the sessions of your choice, of your interest, and the official opening ceremony of the African IGF will be at if I'm not mistaken, at 11 tomorrow morning. If you have any questions, we're still here. We're happy to support, and we truly hope that you enjoyed today's sessions. It is just the start, and you have 2 other dates to network, mingle, and get to know other people. Thank you so much.
Recording stopped.
And perhaps before I forget, we wanted to take official pictures of the whole parliamentarians exactly at the front of the room. Thank you so much.